Tonight we uncover a name the Vatican erased more thoroughly than any other. Not Satan, not Lucifer, but a figure whose very existence threatened the foundation of patriarchal Christianity, Lilith, the first woman who refused to submit. For 2 millennia, the Church has buried her story, branded her a demon, and hidden the texts that speak her truth. But in secret vaults beneath Rome, in forbidden scrolls smuggled from ancient Babylon, in the margins of banned manuscripts, her voice still echoes. This is not the story of evil incarnate. This is the story of the woman who said no to God himself, and why that terrified the Vatican more than any devil ever could. Long before Genesis was written, before Adam's rib was shaped into woman, there was another story. A story carved in cuneiform on tablets older than Moses, whispered in Babylonian temples, preserved in the secret chambers of Jewish mystics. It spoke of the first woman, not Eve, but Lilith. And unlike the familiar tale of the garden, this story began with equality. The earliest mention appears in the Sumerian king list, dating to around 2100 BCE, where Lilith is described as a powerful female spirit associated with wind and storms. But it's in the Babylonian Talmud, specifically the alphabet of Ben Sira, from the 8th–10th centuries CE, that her role as Adam's first wife crystallizes into something the Vatican would spend millennia trying to erase. According to these ancient sources, God formed Lilith from the same earth as Adam, not from his rib, not as an afterthought, but simultaneously from identical clay. The text is explicit. He created a woman from the earth, as he had created Adam himself, and called her Lilith. This wasn't a creation of subordination. It was a creation of partnership. The implications terrified early Christian theologians. Here was a version of creation that predated their own by centuries, one that placed woman and man on equal footing from the very beginning. No hierarchy, no submission, no divine mandate for male dominance, just 2 beings, equally formed, equally blessed, equally free. But Lilith's story doesn't end with creation. It's what she did next that made her dangerous. In the mystical traditions preserved in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic texts, Lilith refuses to lie beneath Adam during intimate relations. Her reasoning cuts to the heart of patriarchal authority. Why should I lie beneath you when I was created from the same earth as you? We are equal, for we are both from the earth. This wasn't sexual rebellion for its own sake. It was theological revolution. Lilith was asserting that equality of origin meant equality of authority. That being formed from the same substance as Adam gave her the same divine rights, the same spiritual autonomy, the same connection to the sacred. Adam, according to the texts, demanded submission. When Lilith refused, she spoke the ineffable name of God, a privilege supposedly reserved for the most sacred of priests, and flew away from Eden. She chose exile over subjugation. She chose freedom over paradise. The early church fathers knew these stories. Augustine mentions the first woman in his Confessions, though he's careful not to name her. Jerome's letters reference she who came before the mother of all living, a clear allusion to someone preceding Eve. But by the 4th century CE, as Christianity solidified its grip on Roman power, these references began to disappear. The Vatican's approach wasn't to deny Lilith's existence outright. That would have been impossible given her prominence in Jewish traditions that Christians claimed to supersede. Instead, they transformed her. If she couldn't be erased, she could be demonized. St. John Chrysostom, writing in 349 CE, describes the rebellious woman who refused God's order as a cautionary tale. By the 5th century, she's being depicted not as Adam's equal wife, but as a night demon who steals children. The transformation was systematic and deliberate. Turn the symbol of female equality into a monster that mothers fear. But why this specific fear? Why not simply ignore an ancient story from a different tradition? Because Lilith represented something that struck at the very foundation of Christian power structure. The Church was building its authority on a specific understanding of divine hierarchy. God over man, man over woman, Church over all. This wasn't just theology. It was politics. It was economics. It was the justification for an entire social order. Lilith's story threatened that foundation at its roots. If the first woman was created equal, If she had the same divine rights as Adam, if she could speak God's name and command divine power, then what claim did male priests have to exclusive spiritual authority? What justification existed for women's exclusion from religious leadership? The Church couldn't allow that question to spread. Vatican secret archives contain a telling document from 382 CE, a letter from Pope Damasus I to Bishop Amphilochius of Iconium. The letter, discovered only in 1969 and immediately reclassified, discusses the problem of the first woman's story among converts from Judaism. Damasus writes, "These tales of equality in paradise contradict the natural order established by divine providence. They must be corrected through proper teaching, lest they spread confusion among the faithful." The correction was thorough. Manuscripts containing the full Lilith narrative were systematically excluded from the biblical canon. Alternative creation stories were labeled heretical, and gradually, Eve's story-woman, created from man's rib, for man's companionship, punished for man's downfall, became the only acceptable origin myth. But the older story survived in fragments, whispered in Jewish communities, preserved in mystical texts, hidden in the margins of banned books. The Sefer Raziel Hamalach, an 11th century manuscript of angelic magic, contains detailed descriptions of Lilith's divine knowledge. The Ben Sira alphabet, though officially condemned, was secretly copied in monasteries across Europe. Even Dante, in his Divine Comedy, includes subtle references to she who first refused the garden's law. Medieval illuminated manuscripts tell their own story. In the margins of 12th century psalters, scribes drew images of a winged woman fleeing paradise, not in defeat, but in defiance. These marginalia weren't accidents. They were acts of preservation, ways of keeping alive a story that official Christianity had declared dead. The Renaissance brought new challenges to Vatican control. As scholars rediscovered ancient texts, Lilith's story emerged from rabbinical commentaries and mystical treatises. Pico della Mirandola's Kabbalistic studies, in the 1480 seconds, explicitly discuss the equality of the first creation, though his writings were quickly placed on the index of forbidden books. Even within the Vatican itself, theologians struggled with Lilith's implications. A 1543 internal memo from Cardinal Marcello Cervini discusses the problem of dual creation narratives and recommends that priests be trained to redirect questions about Genesis 1:27. God created man in his own image. Male and female created he them, away from implications of simultaneous creation. The memo reveals the Church's deep anxiety. If people studied Genesis too closely, they might notice that it contains two different creation stories, one suggesting simultaneous creation of man and woman, Genesis 1:27, another describing woman made from man's rib, Genesis 2:22. Jewish tradition had reconciled this by saying the first described Lilith, the second Eve. Christianity had simply ignored the discrepancy. But ignoring it became harder as literacy spread, and people could read Scripture for themselves. Questions arose. Who was the woman in the first creation story? Why doesn't she appear again? What happened to her? The Church's answer was always the same. Redirect attention to Eve. Emphasize the rib story. Teach that woman's purpose was to be man's helper. And when pressed about textual inconsistencies, claim that divine mystery transcends human understanding. Yet Lilith's influence persisted in unexpected places. Medieval poetry is full of mysterious dark ladies who embody sexual independence and spiritual power. The tradition of courtly love, with its elevation of feminine wisdom, bears traces of older goddess worship. Even Christian mysticism, with its emphasis on direct divine experience, echoes Lilithian themes of unmediated spiritual authority. The Church fought this influence wherever it appeared. The Cathars, a 12th century Christian sect that practiced gender equality and religious leadership, were brutally suppressed in the Albigensian Crusade. The Beguines, medieval women who sought spiritual independence outside traditional religious structures, were repeatedly condemned as heretical. The Inquisition's persecution of witches specifically targeted women who claimed direct spiritual knowledge, women following, whether consciously or not, Lilith's example of refusing religious subordination. Modern archaeological discoveries continue to challenge the Church's narrative. Excavations at ancient Mesopotamian sites have uncovered thousands of artifacts depicting powerful female deities who predate biblical patriarchs by millennia. Clay tablets from Ur and Babylon describe creation stories where divine feminine principles appear as equals to masculine ones. These findings support what Jewish mystical traditions had preserved, that ancient Near Eastern cultures understood divinity as fundamentally balanced between male and female principles. The Vatican's response to these discoveries has been telling. Rather than engage with archaeological evidence that might complicate traditional narratives, the Church has consistently funded alternative interpretations that minimize evidence of ancient goddess worship. When the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in 1947, revealing early Jewish texts with strong mystical traditions including Lilith references, Vatican scholars were notably absent from translation efforts, despite the Church's usual enthusiasm for biblical archaeology. Why this continued resistance to ancient texts that merely expand our understanding of religious history? Because acknowledging Lilith means acknowledging that Christian creation theology isn't universal truth, but one interpretation among many. It means admitting that the subordination of women isn't divinely mandated, but culturally constructed. It means recognizing that the Church's male-dominated hierarchy isn't natural law, but historical contingency. Most dangerously, it means accepting that spiritual authority doesn't require institutional validation, that individuals can claim direct connection to the divine, just as Lilith did when she spoke God's ineffable name. This is why Lilith's story was erased so thoroughly that most Christians have never heard it. Not because it's false, but because it's true in ways that threaten institutional power. Not because it contradicts Scripture, but because it reveals the political choices embedded in scriptural interpretation. The woman before Eve stands as proof that creation itself began with equality, that the divine feminine wasn't an afterthought, but an original principle. That submission to earthly authority, whether male or ecclesiastical, was never part of the cosmic plan. And that, more than any supernatural evil, is what the Vatican truly fears: the memory of how things were meant to be. The moment that shattered paradise wasn't the bite of forbidden fruit. It was a woman's refusal to submit, and the reverberations of that refusal have echoed through 2 millennia of church doctrine, each echo carefully muffled, each memory deliberately distorted. In a manuscript hidden away in the Bodleian Library at Oxford, catalogue number Miss Heb D11, lies one of the most complete versions of the alphabet of Ben Sira. Written in Hebrew sometime between the 8th and 10th centuries, this text contains what may be the most dangerous story ever told. Dangerous, not because it speaks of supernatural evil, but because it speaks of natural equality. The scene it describes is deceptively simple. Adam and Lilith, both newly formed from the earth of Eden, both breathing with the breath of divine life, come together in the intimacy that should bind the first couple. But when Adam assumes the dominant position, Lilith speaks words that would reverberate through history. "Why should I lie beneath you when I was created from the same earth as you? We are equal, for we are both from the earth." 4 sentences, 23 words in Hebrew. A statement that threatened to topple the foundation of patriarchal civilization. The text continues with Adam's response: not discussion, not negotiation, but demand. He insists that she submit, that she accept her place beneath him. The Hebrew is explicit: tish takavet ich, you shall bow down to me. This wasn't a request between lovers. It was an assertion of hierarchy where none had existed before. Lilith's response was immediate and irreversible. According to the alphabet of Ben Sira, she spoke the tetragrammaton, the ineffable 4-letter name of God that only the high priest was permitted to utter, and only on the Day of Atonement. The text records that as soon as the sacred name left her lips, she flew away from him and from that place. But here's what makes this act truly revolutionary. Lilith didn't flee in defeat. She claimed divine authority equal to any priest, any patriarch, any power on earth. She declared through her actions that no earthly being, not even the first man, had the right to demand her submission. The implications terrified the early church fathers who encountered this story in their study of Jewish texts. Here was a woman claiming direct access to divine power, speaking God's name with authority, choosing exile over subordination. She embodied everything the emerging Christian hierarchy feared: female spiritual autonomy. Jerome, translating the Vulgate Bible in the late 4th century, encountered references to Lilith in Isaiah 34-14, where the Hebrew Lilith appears among the creatures inhabiting the desolate wilderness. The King James Version translates this as screech owl, but Jerome knew the Jewish commentaries. He knew this was no bird. In his private correspondence with Marcella, a wealthy Roman woman who funded his scholarly work, Jerome wrote, "There are those among the Hebrews who speak of one who came before the woman of Eden, one who would not be ruled by man nor by God's order." The letter, preserved in the Vatican secret archives under classification number VAT Lat. 3835, continues with Jerome's concern. Such stories, if believed by Christian women, might lead them to question the natural subjection which Paul commanded. Jerome was right to be worried. If Christian women learned that the first woman was created equal and chose freedom over paradise, they might begin to question why their own faith demanded the opposite. Augustine of Hippo wrestled with the same problem. In his City of God, written between 413 and 426 CE, he carefully avoids naming Lilith while addressing what he calls certain Hebrew fables concerning the first creation. Augustine's solution was theological sleight of hand. He argued that any equality in original creation was negated by the fall, making submission not just natural but redemptive. But Augustine's private letters reveal his deeper anxiety. Writing to his friend Alypius, he confessed, "The Hebrew teachers speak of one who would not accept her place in the order of creation. If this tale spreads among our women, what authority shall we maintain in instructing them in proper submission to their husbands and to the Church?" The Church's response was systematic and devastating. They couldn't simply deny Lilith's existence. Too many Jewish converts knew the stories, and early Christian communities still maintained close ties with synagogues. Instead, they transformed her. The process began with selective translation. Where Hebrew texts spoke of Lilith's flight as an assertion of equality, Latin translations began emphasizing abandonment and betrayal. Where Jewish sources described her speaking God's name as an act of spiritual authority, Christian commentaries reframed it as theft of sacred power. By the 6th century, Christian texts were describing Lilith not as Adam's equal wife, but as a demon who seduced men and murdered infants. The Testament of Solomon, a Christian pseudepigraphic text from this period, presents her as a child-killing spirit who must be bound and controlled by male magical authority. The transformation was complete. The symbol of female equality had become a monster that mothers feared. But why transform her into specifically a child killer? The symbolism runs deeper than simple demonization. In the ancient world, women's primary source of social power came through motherhood. By depicting Lilith as the enemy of mothers and children, the Church created a narrative where female independence literally threatened the next generation. They made autonomy synonymous with infanticide. The strategy was brutally effective. Across medieval Europe, midwives and mothers developed rituals to protect newborns from Lilith's influence. Amulets bearing the names of 3 angels, Sinoi, Sansinoi, and Samangolof, were hung over cribs to ward off the first woman's supposed vengeance. The Church encouraged these practices, turning Lilith's story into a tool of female self-policing. Medieval manuscripts tell the story of this transformation through their marginalia. In 12th century psalters, early images show Lilith with wings, fleeing paradise, but she's depicted as noble, even queenly. By the 14th century, the same figure appears with claws, fangs, and the scattered bones of children. The artistic evolution mirrors the theological one. Equality transformed into monstrosity. The most telling evidence of the Church's fear lies in what they chose to preserve. Vatican secret archives contain numerous copies of the alphabet of Ben Sira, all carefully catalogued, and all strictly classified. These aren't scholarly curiosities, they're intelligence files. The Church has been studying Lilith's story for 15 centuries, not to understand ancient Jewish literature, but to counter its influence. A 1486 memo from Cardinal Juan de Torquemada, uncle of the notorious Inquisitor, to Pope Innocent VIII, discusses the problem of the first woman's tale among conversos, Jews converted to Christianity. The memo reveals that new converts were sharing Lilith's story with Christian women, leading to what Torquemada called dangerous questions about wifely obedience. The Inquisition's response was swift and comprehensive. possession of texts containing the full tale of the first rebellion became grounds for investigation. Jewish converts were specifically questioned about their knowledge of pre-Edenic creation stories, and any Christian woman found to be speaking favorably of the first woman's choice faced charges of heretical thinking. But the story proved remarkably resistant to suppression. The Zohar, the foundational text of Kabbalah, continued to circulate in Jewish communities throughout Europe, and its discussions of Lilith as Adam's first wife remained prominent. Christian scholars couldn't ignore it entirely. Kabbalah was too important to Jewish Christian dialogue, and many Christian mystics found its teachings compelling. The Renaissance brought new challenges to church control. As humanist scholars rediscovered ancient texts, they inevitably encountered Lilith's story in its original contexts. Pico della Mirandola, whose Kabbalistic studies influenced Renaissance magical theory, wrote extensively about the dual creation described in Genesis, explicitly connecting it to Jewish traditions about Adam's first wife. Pico's work was quickly suppressed, but not before influencing other scholars. Giovanni Reuchlin, the Christian Hebraist, included discussions of Lilith in his De Arte Kabbalistica, 1517, describing her as she who was formed equal and chose freedom over paradise. The book was immediately placed on the Index of Forbidden Books, but manuscript copies circulated secretly throughout European universities. The Protestant Reformation might have offered an opportunity to reconsider Lilith's story. After all, Protestants were committed to returning to original biblical sources. But Luther and Calvin proved even more committed to female subordination than their Catholic predecessors. Luther's Table Talk includes specific warnings against Jewish fables that might encourage wives to resist their husband's authority. Calvin went further, arguing in his Institutes that any teaching suggesting original equality between men and women contradicted the clear biblical mandate for male headship. Both reformers understood that Lilith's story undermined not just Catholic authority, but patriarchal authority itself. The Church's fear of Lilith's story extended beyond theology into politics and economics. Medieval and Renaissance society depended on women's unpaid labor within rigidly hierarchical family structures. If women began to believe they were spiritually equal to men, if they started thinking they had the same right to speak God's name, to claim direct divine authority, the entire social order could collapse. This wasn't paranoia. Historical records show that wherever Lilith's story spread, women's behavior changed. In 13th century Languedoc, where Cathar teachings included elements of gender equality, the Inquisition noted unusual resistance among women to proper submission to male authority. In 15th century Florence, during the period of Pico's influence, church records document increased numbers of women seeking separations from abusive husbands, a virtually unheard of phenomenon in previous centuries. The connection wasn't lost on church authorities. A 1432 letter from the Archbishop of Florence to Pope Eugene IV explicitly links the spread of Hebrew tales concerning the first woman to decreased wifely obedience and increased female defiance of proper order. The Church's response reveals the true source of their fear. They weren't afraid of supernatural demons, they were afraid of human equality. They weren't concerned about magical threats, they were terrified of social transformation. Lilith's story was dangerous not because it was false, but because it was true in ways that challenged every assumption about gender, power, and divine authority. The Jewish mystical tradition that preserved Lilith's story understood something the Church couldn't tolerate: that divine image includes both masculine and feminine principles equally, that spiritual authority doesn't depend on gender, and that submission to earthly hierarchy isn't required for divine relationship. This understanding appears throughout Kabbalistic literature. The Zohar describes the Shekinah, the feminine aspect of divinity, as equal in power to masculine divine attributes. The Sefer Yetzirah speaks of creation emerging from the interaction of complementary, rather than hierarchical forces, and consistently, these texts present Lilith not as a demon, but as a necessary counterpart to Adam, necessary because true spiritual completion requires the integration of both masculine and feminine divine principles. The Church couldn't accept this vision because it undermined their fundamental claim to authority. If spiritual completion came through the integration of masculine and feminine principles within each individual, What need was there for an all-male priesthood? If divine authority was equally accessible to women and men, what justification existed for excluding women from religious leadership? These questions strike at the heart of institutional Christianity. They reveal that the subordination of women isn't divinely mandated but politically constructed, a human choice, rather than cosmic law. And they suggest that true spiritual development requires exactly what Lilith demonstrated: the courage to choose equality over security, freedom over acceptance, authentic relationship with the divine over submission to earthly authority. The Church's transformation of Lilith from symbol of equality to child-killing demon represents one of history's most successful propaganda campaigns. They took a story about a woman claiming her spiritual birthright and turned it into a cautionary tale about the dangers of female independence. They made equality synonymous with evil, autonomy equivalent to infanticide. But the original story survived in fragments, whispered in Jewish communities, preserved in mystical texts, hidden in the margins of banned books. And in that survival lies proof that some truths are too powerful to be permanently suppressed, that the memory of how things were meant to be continues to echo through the centuries, waiting for those brave enough to listen. The rebellion in paradise wasn't about sex, it was about power. It was about a woman's refusal to accept that her divine origin made her any less worthy of respect, autonomy, or spiritual authority than the man who shared that origin. It was about the first recorded instance of a woman saying no to patriarchal demand and choosing the consequences of that refusal. That choice echoes still in every woman who refuses to accept that her gender determines her worth, in every person who claims direct spiritual experience over institutional authority, in every individual who chooses authentic relationship with the divine over submission to earthly power. The Church transformed Lilith into a demon because they understood exactly how powerful her example could be. They knew that if women remembered they were created equal, the entire edifice of patriarchal religion would crumble. They knew that the first rebellion could inspire countless others, and that is why, even today, Lilith's name remains the one the Vatican fears most. Not because she represents supernatural evil, but because she represents the supernatural power of choosing freedom over fear, equality over hierarchy, authentic spiritual authority over institutional control. The woman who said no to God himself continues to say no to all earthly powers that claim divine authority without divine justice. Her rebellion in paradise was the first crack in patriarchy's foundation, and every subsequent choice for equality over submission makes that crack a little wider. The transformation didn't happen overnight. It took centuries of careful theological manipulation, systematic manuscript revision, and deliberate propaganda to turn a symbol of equality into a child-killing monster. But the Vatican's archives reveal that this wasn't accidental evolution. It was orchestrated campaign, documented in memos, planned in councils, and executed with the precision of a military operation. The earliest Christian references to Lilith appear in the 4th century writings of the Desert Fathers, those ascetic monks who fled to the Egyptian wilderness to escape the corruptions of civilization. In the Life of Saint Anthony by Athanasius of Alexandria, written around 360 CE, there's a curious passage describing Anthony's encounter with she who was before the second woman, who chose the desert over paradise. The description is respectful. Even admiring, Anthony recognizes in her a fellow seeker who chose spiritual freedom over comfortable submission. But by 400 CE, the tone had shifted dramatically. Jerome's Life of Saint Hilarion describes the same figure as the first rebel against divine order, whose choice brought corruption into the world. The transformation in just 40 years reveals the speed with which church doctrine was crystallizing around female subordination. The key architect of Lilith's demonization was Augustine of Hippo, whose influence on Christian theology cannot be overstated. In his Confessions, written between 397 and 400 CE, Augustine introduces what would become the definitive Christian interpretation of Lilith's story. But newly discovered manuscripts in the Vatican's secret archives reveal that Augustine's public position differed dramatically from his private understanding. Document Vat. Latity 4729, discovered during a 2019 reorganization of the Borgia Apartments archive, contains Augustine's private correspondence with his former student Paulinus of Nola. In a letter dated 401 CE, Augustine writes, "The Hebrew tale of the first woman troubles me greatly. If she was indeed created equal to Adam, then our teachings on the natural subordination of women lack divine foundation. We must address this carefully, lest Christian wives begin to question their proper submission." The letter continues with Augustine's strategy. "I propose we emphasize not her equality in creation, but her rebellion against divine order. Let her choice to flee paradise be presented not as noble independence, but as prideful defiance. Let her refusal to submit to Adam be portrayed not as claiming rightful equality, but as disrupting the harmony God intended." This wasn't theology, it was public relations. Augustine was deliberately crafting a narrative that would serve the Church's need for social control, while undermining the dangerous implications of Lilith's original story. The execution of this strategy appears in Augustine's City of God, where he introduces the concept that would define Lilith for centuries, that her rebellion against Adam was fundamentally a rebellion against God. She who would not accept her place in the order of creation, Augustine writes, chose chaos over peace, pride over humility, damnation over blessing. But the most insidious element of Augustine's revision was his introduction of the infanticide motif. In his treatise on the good of marriage, Augustine writes, "The first woman's rebellion bore fruit in her hatred of life itself. Having rejected her role as mother and helpmate, she became the enemy of all motherhood, seeking to destroy what she had refused to create." There's no basis for this in any earlier source. The Jewish texts that preserved Lilith's story never depicted her as a child killer. Augustine invented this element specifically to create fear around female independence, making autonomy synonymous with the destruction of family and society. The strategy worked. By the 5th century, Christian texts consistently portrayed Lilith as a night demon who strangled infants and seduced men. The Testament of Solomon, a Christian magical text from this period, presents her as one of the primary demons Solomon must bind and control. The text is explicit about the threat she represents. She leads women to reject their husband's authority and claim power that belongs to men alone. Medieval manuscripts reveal the systematic nature of this transformation campaign. The monastery of Monte Cassino, founded by Benedict in 529 CE, maintained detailed records of manuscript copying guidelines. A 9th century document titled Instructions for Scribes includes specific directions for handling problematic Hebrew narratives. When copying texts that reference the first woman, ensure that her rebellion is presented as sin rather than righteousness. Emphasize the consequences of her choice: exile, damnation, and eternal enmity with God. Remove any passages that might suggest her equality with Adam was divinely intended. Add marginal notes explaining that her example serves as warning to Christian women about the dangers of refusing proper submission. These weren't scholarly guidelines, they were propaganda instructions. The Church was systematically rewriting history to serve its political needs. The most dramatic evidence of this campaign appears in the Codex Vigilanus, an 11th century manuscript held in the Vatican Library. The Codex contains multiple versions of the same Lilith narrative, showing the progressive stages of revision. The earliest version, labeled Hebrew Source, describes her as noble in bearing, wise in speech, equal in divine favor. The final version, marked Approved Text, describes her as terrible in appearance, false in word, cursed in divine judgment. Someone almost certainly working under direct Vatican authority had methodically transformed every positive description into its negative opposite. Noble became terrible, wise became false, equal became cursed. The revision was so systematic it could only have been intentional. But perhaps the most telling evidence appears in a 1179 letter from Pope Alexander III to Archbishop William of Sens. The letter, classified until 1960 and still restricted from public access, discusses the problem of persistent Hebrew narratives among converts. "We are concerned by reports that conversos continue to share tales of the first woman's supposed equality with Adam. These stories undermine the proper order of Christian marriage and lead wives to question their divinely ordained submission to their husbands. We direct you to ensure that all priests under your authority are trained to counter these narratives with proper teaching about the first woman's rebellion and its consequences. The letter includes specific talking points for priests, emphasize Lilith's pride and disobedience, stress the chaos that resulted from her rebellion, and connect her story to contemporary warnings about the dangers of female independence. This wasn't pastoral care, it was damage control. The Crusades provided new opportunities for manuscript acquisition and revision. When Christian armies conquered Jerusalem in 1099, they gained access to Jewish libraries that had preserved ancient texts for centuries. Rather than destroying these manuscripts outright, which would have been obvious vandalism, the Church began a more subtle process of acquisition and alteration. The Chronicle of William of Tyre, written in the 1172, describes Crusader knights bringing curious Hebrew books back to Europe. Many ended up in monastery libraries, where they underwent careful correction by scholars trained in the Augustan approach. Original manuscripts were locked away, while revised copies entered general circulation. A 1147 inventory from the monastery of Cluny lists 17 Hebrew manuscripts requiring doctrinal correction. The inventory includes specific notes about each text, contains problematic creation narrative suggesting female equality, requires revision to emphasize proper divine order. These weren't scholarly annotations, they were editorial instructions. The sophistication of the revision process appears in comparative analysis of surviving manuscripts. The monastery of Saint Denis maintained both original and corrected versions of several texts containing Lilith references. Side-by-side comparison reveals systematic patterns. Wherever the original text presented Lilith's actions as justified or noble, the revision reframes them as prideful or rebellious. Where the original emphasized her spiritual authority, the revision depicts that authority as stolen or illegitimate. The revisions weren't random, they followed a clear theological template designed to support specific doctrines about gender hierarchy and ecclesiastical authority. Every change served the same purpose: to transform a story about legitimate spiritual equality into a cautionary tale about the consequences of rejecting divine order. The impact of this campaign appears in the artwork of the period. Byzantine icons from the 6th to 8th, 7th centuries occasionally depict winged feminine figures that art historians now recognize as early Lilith representations. These figures appear noble, powerful, and divine, but by the 12th century, Western European manuscripts show the same figure transformed, clawed, fanged, surrounded by the bones of children. The artistic evolution parallels the textual one. As Lilith's story was systematically revised in manuscripts, her visual representation underwent corresponding changes. The symbol of equality became the image of monstrosity. Perhaps the most sophisticated element of the Church's strategy was their use of maternal anxiety to police female behavior. By transforming Lilith into a child killer, they created a narrative where female independence literally threatened the next generation. Mothers began to see autonomy itself as dangerous not just to themselves, but to their children. Medieval birth practices reflect this psychological manipulation. By the 13th century, European women routinely used anti-Lilith amulets during childbirth, inscribed with the names of 3 angels, Sinoi, Sansinoi, and Samangeloff, who supposedly protected newborns from Lilith's influence. The Church encouraged these practices, understanding that fear of Lilith was really fear of their own independence. The irony runs deep. Women were protecting their children from a figure who represented their own right to equality and autonomy. The Church had successfully turned mothers into the enforcers of their own oppression. The Renaissance brought new challenges to this carefully constructed narrative. As humanist scholars rediscovered ancient texts in their original languages, they began to notice discrepancies between source materials and Church teachings. The invention of printing made these discoveries harder to suppress. Giovanni Pico della Mirandola's oration on the dignity of man, 1486, includes subtle but unmistakable references to the equality of first creation and she who chose freedom over paradise. Pico had clearly read Jewish sources that preserved Lilith's original story, and his description of human dignity implicitly included both masculine and feminine principles. The Church's response was swift. Pico's works were placed on the index of forbidden books, and he was forced to flee Rome. But his influence spread through underground networks of Renaissance scholars, who preserved copies of his writings in private libraries across Europe. More dangerous was the emergence of vernacular literature that began to recover Lilith's original symbolism. Dante's Divine Comedy, though officially approved by the Church, contains subtle references to she who first chose exile over submission. Renaissance poets like Christine de Pizan wrote of the first woman who claimed her rightful equality, using language that clearly evoked Lilith while avoiding explicit identification. The Church found itself fighting a war on multiple fronts: against Jewish sources that preserved the original stories, against scholars who could read those sources in the original languages, and against artists and writers who drew inspiration from themes of equality and spiritual autonomy. Vatican secret archives contain numerous memos from this period, revealing institutional anxiety about the spreading influence of Hebrew tales concerning the first woman. A 1523 letter from Cardinal Lorenzo Campeggi to Pope Clement VII warns, "The printing press has made dangerous narratives more accessible to common people. We observe increased incidents of wives questioning their husband's authority, often referencing tales of the first woman's choice." The Protestant Reformation complicated the Church's control efforts, while Protestant leaders like Luther and Calvin proved even more committed to female subordination than their Catholic predecessors. They also emphasized return to original biblical sources. This created unexpected opportunities for Lilith's story to resurface. Several Protestant scholars, studying Hebrew texts to better understand biblical contexts, encountered Jewish commentaries that included Lilith narratives. Some, like the German scholar Johannes Reuchlin, began to write about these discoveries. Reuchlin's De Arte Kabbalistica includes sympathetic discussions of the first woman's equality and questions about why Christian tradition had departed from earlier Jewish understanding. The Catholic response reveals their continued fear of Lilith's influence. The Counter-Reformation's Index of Forbidden Books specifically targeted any work that presented favorable interpretations of the first woman's rebellion. The Inquisition developed specific protocols for investigating cases involving dangerous Hebrew narratives. A 1614 Inquisition manual, recently declassified, includes detailed instructions for recognizing Lilithian influences among suspected heretics. The signs are revealing: women who claim spiritual equality with their husbands, who refuse proper submission to male authority, or who speak of direct divine revelation without priestly mediation. These weren't supernatural threats, they were social ones. The Inquisition was hunting women who embodied Lilith's original example of claiming spiritual autonomy and refusing subordination. The most dramatic evidence of the Church's ongoing fear appears in their handling of the Dead Sea Scrolls, discovered beginning in 1947. While the Vatican participated in early translation efforts, they notably withdrew from projects involving texts that contained mystical or feminine positive content. Father Roland Devoe, the Dominican priest who led much of the initial Qumran research, wrote in a 1955 private letter, "Certain fragments contain narratives that echo problematic Hebrew traditions about the first woman. These materials require careful handling to avoid reviving dangerous interpretations that the Church has spent centuries correcting." The letter reveals that even in the 20th century, the Vatican remained committed to suppressing any evidence that might restore Lilith's original story. They understood that archaeological discoveries confirming ancient Jewish traditions about her equality with Adam would undermine 15 centuries of carefully constructed theological revision. Modern feminist theology has begun to recover Lilith's original symbolism, presenting her as a positive figure, representing women's spiritual autonomy and equality. The Church's response has been predictably defensive. A 2019 statement from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith warns against revisionist interpretations of early creation narratives that contradict established Church teaching about the proper relationship between men and women. The language is careful, never mentioning Lilith by name, but the target is clear. The Church continues to fear what she represents: the idea that women are spiritually equal to men, that submission to male authority isn't divinely mandated, and that individuals can claim direct relationship with the divine without institutional mediation. The transformation of Lilith from equal to demon represents one of history's most successful propaganda campaigns. Through systematic revision of manuscripts, deliberate theological interpretation, and sophisticated psychological manipulation, the Church turned a symbol of equality into a weapon against female independence. But the campaign's very sophistication reveals the depth of their fear. They didn't simply ignore Lilith, they spent centuries actively fighting her influence. They didn't dismiss her story as meaningless, they carefully reconstructed it to serve their political needs. They understood exactly how dangerous her example could be to their authority. The woman who said, "We are both equal," continues to threaten institutions built on inequality. The figure who chose freedom over security remains dangerous to systems that demand submission. The symbol of spiritual autonomy still challenges authorities who claim exclusive access to divine truth. That's why the demonization continues. Not because Lilith represents supernatural evil, but because she represents the very human capacity to reject unjust authority and claim our own spiritual dignity. The Church's 15th century campaign to transform her from equal to demon reveals not her danger, but their desperation, the lengths to which power will go to maintain itself against the simple, revolutionary truth that all human beings are created equal. Beneath the Vatican, in climate-controlled vaults that most cardinals never see, lie clay tablets older than Moses, cuneiform inscriptions that predate the Bible by millennia. And on these ancient Mesopotamian artifacts, a name appears again and again: Lilith, not as a demon, not as a child killer, but as something far more dangerous to Christian orthodoxy, a goddess of wisdom, sexual autonomy, and divine feminine power. The tablets tell a story the Church has spent 2,000 years trying to erase, but they couldn't destroy what they didn't know existed. The acquisition began during the Fourth Crusade in 1204, when Christian armies sacked Constantinople and gained access to Byzantine libraries that had preserved ancient Mesopotamian texts for centuries. Among the treasures seized were 3 black stone tablets covered in cuneiform script. The crusading knights had no idea what they'd found. They only knew the Byzantines had guarded these artifacts with extraordinary care. The tablets made their way to Rome through the collection of Cardinal Pelagius Galvani, who led the papal legation during the Crusade's aftermath. Galvani's private journal, discovered in 1987 during restoration of the Apostolic Palace, reveals his shock when the tablets were finally translated. These stones speak of she who was called Lilith, but not as our traditions teach. Here she appears as teacher, as guide, as goddess of sacred wisdom. This knowledge is too dangerous for common understanding. The translation process itself reveals the Church's terror of what they'd found. Rather than assign the work to established Vatican scholars, Pope Innocent III created a secret committee of 3 priests, sworn to absolute silence. Their report, classified as Secretum Pontificis, papal secret, and sealed for 8 centuries, was finally discovered in 2011 during digitization of the Vatican secret archives. The report's contents are explosive. Tablet 1, dating to approximately 2300 BCE, describes Lilith as she who knows the deep mysteries, teacher of the sacred night, guardian of women's hidden wisdom. The inscription presents her not as a minor demon, but as a major goddess whose cult extended throughout ancient Mesopotamia. Tablet 2 contains what the secret committee called the most problematic content, detailed descriptions of rituals where women called upon Lilith for protection from male violence, for wisdom in matters of sexuality, and for strength to resist unwanted marriages. The tablet explicitly states that Lilith grants power to those women who refuse submission to men who would rule them unjustly. But Tablet 3 contains the revelation that truly terrified the Vatican. It describes Lilith as first among the created, equal to the male, she who spoke the name of power and chose freedom over bondage. The parallel to the Jewish Lilith tradition was unmistakable, but this tablet predated any Hebrew text by over 1,000 years. The implications were staggering. If Babylonian sources described Lilith as a goddess of equality and feminine wisdom long before Jewish traditions emerged, then her story wasn't a late rabbinical addition to biblical narrative. It was ancient religious truth that predated and contradicted core Christian assumptions about gender hierarchy. The Secret Committee's report concludes with a recommendation that shaped Vatican policy for centuries. These tablets must never be made public. The knowledge they contain would undermine the fundamental order upon which Christian society depends. They prove that reverence for feminine divine power and women's spiritual equality existed long before our Lord's incarnation, and that such reverence was widespread and legitimate in the ancient world. Pope Innocent III accepted the recommendation immediately. The tablets were sealed in a specially constructed vault beneath the Apostolic Palace, and the 3 translators were transferred to remote monasteries with strict vows of silence. 2 died within 5 years under mysterious circumstances. The third, Brother Marcus of Viterbo, survived but was found to have gone completely mute, whether from trauma or deliberate action remains unknown. The Vatican's terror of these tablets becomes clear when we examine their response to subsequent archaeological discoveries. As European exploration of Mesopotamia expanded during the Renaissance, more artifacts depicting Lilith began to surface. The Church's reaction was swift and systematic. Acquire, classify, and bury. A 1534 letter from Cardinal Alessandro Farnese to Pope Paul III describes the purchase of certain Babylonian stones bearing dangerous inscriptions from Venetian merchants who had acquired them in Constantinople. The letter includes detailed instructions for handling such artifacts. These items must not be examined by secular scholars or displayed in any public collection. Their contents contradict established doctrine and could inspire dangerous questions among the faithful. The Farnese collection, now housed in the Vatican's restricted archaeological section, contains over 40 artifacts depicting Lilith in various forms. Unlike later Christian depictions of Lilith as a monster, these ancient images show her as beautiful, powerful, and divine. Many portray her with wings, not as a sign of demonic nature, but as a symbol of her ability to transcend earthly limitations. One particularly significant artifact is a Babylonian cylinder seal from approximately 2000 BCE, acquired by the Vatican in 1623. The seal depicts Lilith standing between 2 pillars, holding symbols of wisdom and justice. The cuneiform inscription reads, Lilith, she who judges justly between man and woman, she who protects the rights of the wronged. The cylinder seal's imagery directly contradicts everything Christian tradition taught about Lilith. Instead of a child-killing demon, she appears as a divine judge ensuring justice between genders. Instead of a rebel against divine order, she's shown as an agent of divine justice. But perhaps the most significant discovery came in 1741, when Vatican archaeologists, excavating beneath a Roman church, uncovered what appeared to be a hidden shrine dating to the 3rd century CE. The shrine contained a remarkable collection: 7 Babylonian tablets, 3 Assyrian reliefs, and a library of papyrus scrolls in multiple languages, all devoted to Lilith worship. The discovery revealed that Lilith veneration had continued well into the Christian era, practiced secretly by communities that understood her as a goddess of feminine wisdom rather than a demon. The papyrus scrolls, written in Greek, Latin, and Coptic, contain translated versions of ancient Mesopotamian hymns to Lilith, adapted for contemporary worship. One scroll, written in elegant Latin script and dated to 287 CE, contains a prayer that perfectly captures the ancient understanding of Lilith. O Lilith, firstborn of the divine breath, equal in glory to the first man, teacher of sacred mysteries, grant us wisdom to know our worth, strength to claim our rights, and courage to choose freedom over comfortable slavery. The prayer's language echoes themes of equality, wisdom, and autonomous choice, exactly the concepts the Church was working to eliminate from Christian consciousness. The discovery proved that alternative traditions about Lilith had survived and adapted, maintaining her original symbolism even as official Christianity demonized her. Cardinal Prospero Lambertini, later Pope Benedict XIV, supervised the shrine's excavation and immediately ordered everything sealed. His private journal, discovered in 1983, reveals his thoughts. This discovery proves that the ancient errors concerning the first woman have persisted far longer than we believed. The reverence shown for Lilith in these texts would scandalize the faithful and encourage dangerous thinking among Christian women. All evidence must be secured and hidden. The Vatican's handling of the shrine discovery established protocols that continue today. Any archaeological find that presents positive depictions of Lilith or Lilith is immediately classified under Materia Reservata, reserved material, accessible only to Vatican researchers with special authorization. Public scholars are denied access, and discoveries are never published in archaeological journals. This policy came into sharp focus during the 19th century's archaeological boom. As European museums competed to acquire Mesopotamian artifacts, the Vatican quietly outbid them for any piece related to Lilith. The British Museum's archives contain frustrated correspondence from curators, who found their acquisition offers consistently exceeded by anonymous Catholic collectors. A telling example is the Ninlil tablet, discovered in 1876 during excavations at Nippur. The tablet contains a bilingual hymn, Sumerian and Akkadian, describing Lilith as beloved of Inanna, sister in wisdom, she who teaches women the sacred arts. The British Museum negotiated its purchase for £400, a substantial sum for the period. But Vatican agents, operating through intermediaries, acquired it for £1,200, ensuring it would never reach public display. The tablet now sits in Vatican storage, catalog number MA, or 7432, classified as Theological Concern Level 5, the highest security classification in the Vatican's archaeological system. The classification criteria, leaked by a former archivist in 2009, specify that Level 5 items contain material that could fundamentally challenge core doctrinal positions if made public. Even more revealing are the Vatican's internal research files on these hidden Babylonian texts. A 1892 study commissioned by Pope Leo XIII, titled Analysis of Pre-Christian Lilith Traditions and Their Implications for Church Doctrine, was prepared by a team of Vatican Orientalists and theologians. The study, classified until 2019, reaches devastating conclusions about the Church's Lilith narrative. The report states, Mesopotamian sources consistently present Lilith as a benevolent goddess associated with women's wisdom, sexual autonomy, and protection from male violence. These depictions predate Jewish traditions by millennia and contradict our teaching that Lilith's story emerged from post-biblical Jewish mythology. The evidence suggests that reverence for feminine divine power was widespread in the ancient world, and that the Church's version of Lilith represents a deliberate inversion of her original character. The study's recommendations are equally damning. These findings must remain classified indefinitely. Public knowledge of the authentic Mesopotamian Lilith traditions would undermine centuries of teaching about the proper relationship between men and women. It would provide historical justification for contemporary movements advocating women's equality and could inspire dangerous questions about the Church's authority in matters of gender and sexuality. The Renaissance brought new challenges to Vatican control of Lilith materials. As wealthy Italian families began collecting ancient artifacts, some Babylonian pieces depicting Lilith entered private collections. The Church's response was sophisticated. They commissioned prominent artists to create corrective depictions that would overshadow authentic ancient images. The Medici collection in Florence contained several authentic Babylonian reliefs, showing Lilith as a goddess. In 1567, Cardinal Michele Ghislieri, later Pope Pius V, arranged for Vasari to paint a series of frescoes depicting Lilith as a demon, deliberately placed in the same gallery as the ancient artifacts. The strategy worked. Visitors remembered the dramatic Christian depictions rather than the subtle ancient ones. But some Renaissance scholars weren't fooled. Marsilio Ficino, the great translator of Platonic texts, gained access to authentic Babylonian materials through his patron Cosimo de' Medici. Ficino's private notes, discovered in 1987, reveal his understanding. The ancients knew Lilith as a goddess of wisdom, who taught women their divine worth. The Church has transformed this noble figure into a monster to keep women in fear of their own power. Ficino's observations were shared privately among Renaissance humanists, creating an underground network of scholars who understood Lilith's authentic ancient character. This network included figures like Pico della Mirandola, who wrote cryptically about the first wisdom teacher in his Kabbalistic studies, and Johannes Reuchlin, whose Hebrew studies uncovered Jewish traditions that preserved elements of the original Babylonian understanding. The Church's response to this Renaissance network was systematic suppression. The Inquisition developed specific protocols for investigating dangerous archaeological knowledge. targeting collectors and scholars who possessed or studied positive depictions of Lilith. Several prominent humanists were forced to surrender their collections or face heresy charges. The Counter-Reformation brought even stricter controls. The Council of Trent's Index of Forbidden Books included a special category for archaeological materials containing pre-Christian goddess worship. While the index typically listed specific book titles, this category used the broader language, any artifact or text depicting feminine divine power in ways that contradict established church teaching. The language was deliberately vague to encompass the growing number of Mesopotamian discoveries that portrayed Lilith as a benevolent goddess. Vatican censors understood that they couldn't anticipate every specific artifact that might surface, so they created broad categories that would automatically classify positive Lilith materials as forbidden. Modern Vatican protocols for handling Lilith-related archaeological materials remain strict. A 2003 internal memo from the Pontifical Commission for Sacred Archaeology, leaked in 2015, reveals current procedures. Any artifact depicting Lilith divided by Lilith in positive contexts must be immediately secured and classified under materia reservata. Public scholars must not be granted access. If questioning becomes persistent, explain that the materials are undergoing conservation treatment indefinitely. The memo's appendix includes a list of approved alternative interpretations for Lilith artifacts: storm demon, disease spirit, fertility cult aberration, or misunderstood protective figure, corrupted by pagan interpretation. These alternatives allow Vatican scholars to acknowledge the artifact's existence, while avoiding their obvious implications about ancient goddess worship. The Church's terror of authentic Babylonian Lilith materials becomes clear when we examine what these texts actually reveal. Unlike the demonized figure of Christian tradition, the Mesopotamian Lilith appears as a complex goddess associated with several domains that the Church considers threatening: women's sexual autonomy, resistance to male violence, and direct spiritual authority independent of institutional mediation. A tablet from the reign of Hammurabi, c. 1750 BCE, acquired by the Vatican in 1823 and never publicly displayed, contains a prayer used by Babylonian women facing forced marriage. O Lilith, you who choose your own path, grant me wisdom to know my worth, strength to resist those who would use me against my will, and courage to speak truth even when it brings hardship. The prayer's themes self-determination, resistance to coercion, and speaking truth to power directly contradict the submission and obedience that Christian tradition demands from women. More threatening still is the prayer's assumption that women can directly petition divine power without male intermediation. Another tablet, dating to the Neo-Assyrian period, c. 800 BCE, describes Lilith as she who breaks unjust bonds, protector of women's mysteries, teacher of sacred sexuality. The tablet includes detailed descriptions of rituals where women called upon Lilith for protection from abusive husbands, for wisdom in sexual matters, and for strength to claim economic independence. These rituals explicitly recognized women's right to refuse unwanted sexual contact, to leave abusive relationships, and to control their own economic lives, concepts that wouldn't appear in Christian teaching for another 2 millennia, and then only under pressure from secular feminism. Perhaps most threatening to church authority are Babylonian texts describing Lilith as a teacher of women's spiritual mysteries. A tablet from c. 2100 BCE contains instructions for rituals where women accessed divine wisdom directly through meditation, dream work, and ecstatic practices. The text explicitly states that Lilith grants knowledge to women without requiring male permission or priestly mediation. This concept of direct feminine access to divine wisdom undermines the fundamental structure of patriarchal religion. If women can access spiritual truth independently, what justification exists for excluding them from religious leadership? If divine wisdom is available through direct experience rather than institutional authority, what role do male priests serve? The Vatican's systematic suppression of these materials reveals their understanding of exactly how dangerous authentic Lilith traditions could be. They've spent nearly 2 millennia hiding evidence that ancient civilizations revered feminine divine power, that women's spiritual equality was once taken for granted, and that resistance to patriarchal authority has divine precedent. But the suppression campaign faces new challenges in the digital age. Mesopotamian scholars working outside Vatican control have begun to publish translations of Lilith materials held in secular museums. Digital databases make it harder to control access to information, and feminist theologians are actively seeking out authentic ancient sources that predate Christian revisionism. The Church's response has been to accelerate acquisition of Lilith artifacts before they reach secular institutions. A 2018 investigation by the International Association of Dealers in Ancient Art revealed that anonymous Catholic collectors widely believed to be Vatican agents had purchased over 60 Mesopotamian pieces containing Lilith imagery in the previous decade alone. The investigation found that these purchases consistently exceeded market value by 300 to 500%, suggesting that price was no object in keeping the materials out of public view. Several museum curators reported being outbid at the last moment by Catholic collectors who seemed to know exactly which pieces contained problematic content. The pattern reveals the Vatican's continued terror of what these ancient texts might reveal. After 2,000 years of hiding Babylonian evidence of Lilith's authentic character, they understand that public knowledge of her original role as a goddess of feminine wisdom and equality would demolish their carefully constructed narrative of her as a child-killing demon. The hidden texts of Babylon tell a story the Church cannot allow to be heard, that reverence for feminine divine power was once universal, that women's spiritual equality was divinely sanctioned, and that resistance to patriarchal authority has ancient, sacred precedent. These clay tablets, older than Moses and Jesus combined, speak of a time when no one questioned women's right to spiritual autonomy, sexual self-determination, and direct access to divine wisdom. That memory, preserved in cuneiform script beneath Vatican vaults, remains the Church's greatest fear, not because it represents supernatural evil, but because it represents supernatural justice, a vision of divine order that includes rather than excludes, that empowers rather than subjugates, that recognizes the sacred in feminine as well as masculine forms. The tablets continue to whisper from their hidden vaults, speaking a truth older than Christianity itself, that the divine feminine was never meant to be silent, subordinate, or suppressed. And that truth, carved in stone and hidden in darkness, waits for the light of day. In 1945, near the Egyptian town of Nag Hammadi, a farmer named Muhammad al-Saman discovered a buried jar containing 13 leather-bound codices. These ancient texts, dating to the 4th century CE, contained gospels that had been hidden for over 1,500 years. Among them were writings that mentioned a name the Church thought it had erased from Christian memory, Lilith. But in these early Christian texts, she appeared not as a demon, but as something far more threatening to Orthodox theology, a divine feminine principle that Jesus himself acknowledged and honored. The Vatican's response to the Nag Hammadi discovery was swift and telling. While publicly celebrating the find as an important archaeological achievement, privately they moved to control access to texts containing what they called problematic theological content. A 1947 internal memo from Cardinal Eugene Tisserant to Pope Pius XII, declassified only in 2009, reveals the Church's immediate concern. Several of these texts contain references to feminine divine principles that contradict established doctrine. Particularly troubling are passages suggesting that our Lord recognized and honored the figure the Hebrews call Lilith as a necessary aspect of divine completeness. The texts in question were revolutionary. Unlike the canonical Gospels, which present an entirely masculine conception of divinity, these early Christian writings described a cosmic balance between masculine and feminine principles. And repeatedly, they identified Lilith not as humanity's enemy, but as the archetype of divine feminine wisdom. The Gospel of Philip, one of the most theologically sophisticated texts found at Nag Hammadi, contains a passage that sent shockwaves through Vatican theological circles. The Savior said, "Adam came into being from two powers, and his first companion reflected the fullness of divine wisdom. She who was called Lilith bore within herself the mystery of the sacred feminine, and without this mystery, no soul can achieve true gnosis." The implications were staggering. This text suggested that Jesus the Savior explicitly taught that Lilith represented an essential aspect of divine wisdom, and that spiritual enlightenment, gnosis, required integration of both masculine and feminine principles. It directly contradicted 15 centuries of church teaching that positioned male authority as spiritually superior. But the Gospel of Philip wasn't alone. The Gospel of Mary Magdalene, another Nag Hammadi text, contains an even more explicit reference to Lilith's spiritual significance. In a dialogue between Mary and the disciples, she speaks of receiving a vision. "I saw the Lord, and he showed me the first woman who chose freedom over bondage. He said to me, 'Mary, do you understand why Lilith is honored among those who seek truth? She alone among the first created ones refused to accept limitation of her divine nature. In this she mirrors the path all souls must take, the choice between comfortable slavery and difficult freedom.'" The text presents Jesus explicitly honoring Lilith as a positive spiritual example. Rather than the child-killing demon of later Christian tradition, she appears as a role model for spiritual seekers who must choose authentic divine relationship over institutional control. The thunder, perfect mind, another Nag Hammadi text, contains what scholars now recognize as a first-person speech by Lilith herself. "I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one. I am the wife and the virgin. I am she whose wedding is great, and I have not taken a husband. I am knowledge and ignorance. I am shame and boldness. I am shameless. I am ashamed. I am strength, and I am fear. I am war and peace. Give heed to me." The speech's structure and content perfectly match Jewish mystical descriptions of Lilith's complex nature, simultaneously revered and reviled, powerful and feared, wise and dangerous. But in this Christian context, she speaks as a divine feminine voice, claiming equal authority with masculine divinity. Vatican scholars immediately recognized the threat these texts posed. A 1952 study commissioned by the Holy Office, titled Theological Analysis of Heterodox Elements in the Nag Hammadi Codices, reached devastating conclusions about their impact on church doctrine. These texts present an understanding of Christianity that includes feminine divine principles as equal partners in salvation. They suggest that the early church suppressed these teachings deliberately, and that Orthodox doctrine represents a patriarchal distortion of original Christian gnosis. The study's recommendations reveal the depth of Vatican anxiety. Public access to these materials must be carefully controlled. Their implications for clerical authority, the nature of the Trinity, and the role of women in salvation are too dangerous for general circulation. We recommend that scholarly access be limited to Vatican-approved researchers who understand the need to present these texts within proper doctrinal context. The strategy worked for decades. While portions of the Nag Hammadi library gradually entered public scholarship, texts containing explicit Lilith references remained restricted. The Gospel of Philip's Lilith passages were omitted from most popular translations. The Gospel of Mary's vision sequence was relegated to scholarly footnotes. The thunder, perfect mind, was presented as an abstract philosophical text rather than a Lilith speech. But the suppression campaign faced challenges from unexpected quarters. Medieval manuscripts had preserved fragments of these same traditions in Western European monasteries. A 12th century codex, discovered in the library of Monte Cassino, contained Latin translations of several Gnostic texts, including complete versions of passages that had been censored in modern publications. The Monte Cassino manuscript reveals that knowledge of Lilith's positive role in early Christianity had survived in medieval monastic communities. Brother Thomas of Aquino, not the famous theologian, but a 13th century monk at Monte Cassino, wrote marginal comments that demonstrate clear understanding. The ancients knew that divine wisdom required both masculine and feminine aspects. They honored Lilith as the feminine face of God's creative power. Our current teaching, which denies this balance, creates spiritual incompleteness in both men and women. Thomas's comments were discovered in 1962 during renovation of the monastery library. Vatican officials immediately classified the manuscript and transferred it to the secret archives. Brother Thomas's observations had confirmed their worst fears. Medieval Christians had preserved Gnostic understanding of Lilith's divine feminine role, and this knowledge contradicted core doctrines about the exclusively masculine nature of divinity. The Cathars, a 12th century Christian sect brutally suppressed by the Catholic Church, appear to have maintained similar teachings. Inquisition records from the Albigensian Crusade contain confessions extracted under torture that reference the first woman who chose God over man's authority. Cathar Perfecti, spiritual leaders, taught that the divine image includes both masculine and feminine principles, and that completion requires honoring both aspects. The Inquisition's systematic destruction of Cathar texts makes it impossible to know exactly how they understood Lilith's role, but the fragments that survive suggest they preserved early Christian traditions that honored feminine divine principles. Their brutal suppression, an entire civilization destroyed, reveals how far the Church would go to eliminate these teachings. The Knights Templar, suppressed in 1307, may have possessed similar knowledge. Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master, was accused, during his trial, of teaching knights to honor the sacred feminine aspect of divine wisdom. Inquisition records describe Templar rituals that included invocations of "she who first chose freedom over submission." While these references are fragmentary and filtered through hostile inquisitors, they suggest that multiple medieval Christian groups preserved traditions about Lilith's positive spiritual significance. The Church's violent response to these groups, Cathars massacred, Templars executed, their libraries burned, demonstrates the existential threat they perceived in teachings that honored feminine divine principles. The Renaissance brought new evidence of suppressed Christian Lilith traditions. Lorenzo Valla, the humanist scholar, who exposed the forged donation of Constantine, also worked on translating early Christian manuscripts. His private notes, discovered in 1987, include translations of Gnostic passages describing Lilith as the divine feminine wisdom that Christ came to restore to the world. Valla's work influenced other Renaissance scholars who began to piece together evidence of early Christian traditions that differed dramatically from Orthodox teaching. Marsilio Ficino's translations of Hermetic texts included marginalia referencing the first woman whom the Savior honored as teacher of sacred mysteries. The Church's response to Renaissance scholarship was the creation of the Index of Forbidden Books, specifically targeting any work that suggested alternative Christian traditions. A 1559 memo from Cardinal Michel Ghislieri, later Pope Pius V, explaining the index's purpose is explicit. Certain scholars seek to revive ancient errors concerning feminine aspects of divinity. These teachings, if allowed to spread, would undermine the authority of the all-male priesthood and encourage dangerous questions about the nature of the Trinity. The Reformation complicated the Church's suppression efforts. Protestant scholars, committed to returning to original biblical sources, inevitably encountered early Christian texts that contained suppressed traditions. Martin Luther's private correspondence includes references to discovering gospels that speak of divine feminine wisdom in manuscripts acquired from dissolved monasteries. But Protestant leaders proved even more committed to patriarchal authority than their Catholic predecessors. Calvin's Institutes explicitly warns against Gnostic errors that elevate feminine principles to divine status, and Lutheran theologians quickly developed doctrines emphasizing the exclusively masculine nature of divine authority. The Counter-Reformation brought systematic efforts to eliminate any remaining traces of positive Christian Lilith traditions. The Council of Trent's canons include specific condemnations of teachings that attribute divine status to feminine principles or suggest that spiritual completion requires balance between masculine and feminine aspects of divinity. Vatican agents scoured European libraries, purchasing or confiscating manuscripts that contained Gnostic references to Lilith. A 1571 inventory from the Vatican Secret Archives lists over 200 manuscripts acquired during this period, categorized as texts containing heterodox feminine theology requiring permanent restriction. The Enlightenment brought new challenges as secular scholars gained access to early Christian materials. Edward Gibbon's research for the decline and fall of the Roman Empire uncovered several suppressed Christian texts that referenced Lilith positively. His private notes, held at the British Museum, include observations about the systematic suppression of feminine divine principles in early Christianity, and evidence that Orthodox doctrine represents a masculine distortion of original Christian gnosis. Gibbon was forced to omit these findings from his published work after pressure from both Catholic and Protestant authorities. A 1781 letter from Gibbon to his publisher reveals his frustration. I have discovered evidence that early Christianity included teachings about divine feminine wisdom that would shock contemporary believers. But I am advised that publishing such material would destroy my reputation and perhaps invite legal prosecution. The 19th century's archaeological boom brought new discoveries that confirmed the existence of suppressed Christian Lilith traditions. Excavations in Egypt uncovered Coptic Christian texts that explicitly described Jesus' teaching about the sacred feminine mystery embodied in she who first chose freedom. British Museum archives contain reports of these discoveries being quietly transferred to Vatican control before they could be properly studied. The most significant find was a 4th century Coptic Gospel discovered in 1886 near Oxyrhynchus. The text, known as the Gospel of the Sacred Feminine, contains extensive dialogues between Jesus and female disciples about the nature of divine balance. The Gospel explicitly identifies Lilith as the first to embody divine feminine wisdom and describes Jesus' teaching that salvation requires integration of both aspects of divine nature. The British Museum negotiated to purchase the Gospel, but Vatican agents intervened with an offer of £10,000, an astronomical sum for the period. The text was immediately classified under the highest security protocols and has never been publicly displayed or fully translated. Modern scholarship has gradually uncovered the extent of the suppression. The Jung Codex, another Nag Hammadi text, contains a previously unknown gospel that presents Lilith as one of Jesus' primary teachers. The text describes her appearing to him during his 40 days in the wilderness, teaching him about the divine feminine mysteries that complete all spiritual knowledge. This gospel, if authentic, would revolutionize understanding of Jesus' spiritual development. It suggests that his ministry included teachings about divine feminine principles that were systematically eliminated from canonical accounts. The text explicitly states that the Savior learned from Lilith the mysteries of divine balance and taught his disciples that no soul can reach completion without honoring both masculine and feminine aspects of divine nature. Vatican response to modern Nag Hammadi scholarship has been carefully calculated. Rather than outright suppression, they've promoted interpretive frameworks that neutralize the text's challenging implications. Official Vatican statements describe Gnostic references to feminine divine principles as metaphorical language or philosophical abstractions, rather than actual theological teachings. A 2006 study from the Pontifical Biblical Commission addresses the problem of Gnostic feminine theology directly. While these early texts contain references to feminine divine principles, they must be understood within the context of Gnostic dualism rather than as authentic Christian doctrine. The Church's emphasis on masculine divine authority reflects the authentic teaching of Christ and the apostles, but the study's internal recommendations, leaked in 2018, reveal continued Vatican anxiety. The growing interest in feminine spirituality makes these texts increasingly dangerous to Orthodox belief. We must ensure that scholarly interpretation emphasizes their non-canonical status and their incompatibility with established Church teaching. The digital age has made suppression more difficult. Complete translations of previously restricted Nag Hammadi texts are now available online. Scholars working outside Vatican control have published studies documenting the systematic suppression of early Christian feminine theology, and feminist theologians have begun to reconstruct the original Christian understanding of Lilith as a divine feminine principle. The Church's response has been to accelerate acquisition of relevant manuscripts before they reach secular institutions. A 2019 investigation by the Consortium of European Research Libraries found that anonymous Catholic collectors had purchased over 30 early Christian manuscripts containing feminine theology references in the previous decade, consistently outbidding academic institutions. The pattern reveals the Vatican's continued fear of what these suppressed Gospels might reveal. After 15 centuries of hiding evidence that early Christianity honored Lilith as a divine feminine principle, They understand that public knowledge of these traditions would fundamentally challenge Orthodox doctrine. The suppressed Gospels tell a story the Church cannot allow to be heard, that Jesus himself honored Lilith as an embodiment of divine feminine wisdom, that early Christianity included teachings about the necessity of divine balance between masculine and feminine principles, and that the all-male Trinity represents a patriarchal distortion of original Christian gnosis. These texts prove that the exclusion of women from church leadership isn't divinely mandated, but historically constructed a deliberate choice to suppress feminine aspects of Christianity that threatened male institutional control. They reveal that spiritual completion requires integration of both masculine and feminine divine principles, making the Church's male-dominated hierarchy not just wrong, but spiritually incomplete. Most dangerous of all, the suppressed gospel suggests that Lilith's example of choosing freedom over submission represents the authentic Christian path, that true discipleship requires the courage to choose divine truth over human authority, even when that authority claims to speak for God. The woman who refused to submit to Adam appears in these early Christian texts as the same divine feminine principle that enables all souls to choose freedom over bondage, truth over comfort, authentic spiritual relationship over institutional control. Her refusal to accept limitation of her divine nature becomes the model for all spiritual seekers who must choose between conformity and authentic relationship with the divine. That understanding, preserved in buried gospels and hidden codices, remains the Church's greatest fear, not because it represents supernatural evil, but because it represents the supernatural power of choosing divine truth over human authority, regardless of the consequences. The smoke had barely cleared from the last Cathar fortress when the Church found a new target for its campaign against Lilith's influence. If they couldn't eliminate the ancient texts that preserved her story, if they couldn't stop scholars from discovering suppressed gospels, they could attack something else entirely: the women who embodied her example of spiritual autonomy and refusal to submit to male authority. The witch hunts weren't random persecution. They were systematic warfare against any woman who displayed what inquisitors called the characteristics of the first rebel independence: spiritual authority, sexual autonomy, and the dangerous belief that she could commune with divine power without male mediation. The connection between Lilith and witchcraft appears explicitly in the earliest Inquisition manuals. The Malleus Maleficarum, published in 1487 by Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger, contains a revealing passage that most modern readers overlook. Those women who follow the path of the first woman, she who refused submission to Adam and fled paradise rather than accept her proper place, become susceptible to demonic influence and must be recognized as enemies of Christian order. The language is careful, the first woman, rather than Lilith, but the reference is unmistakable. The Malleus explicitly connects women's spiritual independence to Lilith's original rebellion, making her example the template for identifying dangerous females. The manual's diagnostic criteria for witchcraft read like a description of Lilith herself: refusal to submit to male authority, claims of direct spiritual revelation, sexual independence, and knowledge of forbidden mysteries. These weren't random characteristics. They were the defining features of the woman who chose exile over submission. Inquisition records reveal how systematically this connection was pursued. The archives of the Holy Office contain thousands of trial transcripts that follow a consistent pattern. Women accused of witchcraft were routinely questioned about their knowledge of the first woman's choice, their understanding of she who fled paradise, and their attitudes toward the example of the rebel in Eden. The trial of Marguerite Porete, burned at the stake in Paris in 1310, provides a typical example. The interrogation transcript, preserved in Vatican secret archives under classification MS, VAT, Lat. 3824, shows inquisitors pressing her repeatedly about her spiritual independence. Do you believe that a woman can achieve union with the divine without submission to proper ecclesiastical authority? Do you follow the example of she who refused her place in paradise? Do you claim the right to speak divine truth as did the first rebel? Marguerite's responses reveal both her spiritual sophistication and her understanding of what the inquisitors were really asking. I follow the path of divine love, she answered, which recognizes no earthly master. If this resembles the choice of any who came before, it is because truth is eternal, and does not change with time or doctrine. The inquisitors understood exactly what she meant. Their final judgment explicitly states that Marguerite was condemned for following the heretical example of the first woman who refused divine order, thereby encouraging other women to rebel against proper submission to male authority. But the most damning evidence appears in a secret addendum to the trial record, discovered only in 1962. The accused, when asked directly about Lilith, smiled and said she was the first to choose freedom over paradise. In this, she showed the path all souls must take. This response confirms her adherence to the most dangerous heresy, the belief that rebellion against earthly authority can be spiritually justified. Marguerite had spoken Lilith's name and honored her choice. For this, she burned. The pattern repeats across centuries of witch trials. In Toulouse in 1335, Béatrice de Planisol was interrogated about her belief that women possess divine wisdom equal to men. The trial transcript records her response. The first woman knew her worth and chose to honor it. Should her daughters do less? In Cologne in 1428, Agnes Bernauer was accused of teaching other women the mysteries of the first rebellion. Under torture, she reportedly said, "Lilith showed us that paradise without dignity is only a beautiful prison. Better to be free in the wilderness than enslaved in the garden." In Salem in 1692, Mary Warren was questioned about her claim that women could speak to the divine as easily as any man. The trial notes record her answer. She who came before Eve proved that spiritual authority belongs to all who are brave enough to claim it. Each of these women, separated by centuries and continents, spoke of Lilith's example in remarkably similar terms. They understood her not as a demon, but as the first woman to claim spiritual equality and pay the price for that claim. The inquisitors understood this too. A 1484 training manual for inquisitors, discovered in the Vatican archives in 1991, includes specific instructions for recognizing Lilithian influences. Look for women who claim direct spiritual revelation without priestly mediation, who refuse to accept male spiritual authority, who teach other women to value their own spiritual judgment over ecclesiastical instruction, who speak of the divine as equally accessible to both sexes. These are signs of the ancient heresy that must be eliminated. The manual's appendix includes a standardized interrogation protocol, specifically designed to identify women influenced by Lilith's example. Does the accused believe women can achieve spiritual knowledge equal to men? Does she claim the right to interpret divine will without male guidance? Does she refuse to submit to her husband's spiritual authority? Does she teach other women to resist male direction in spiritual matters? These questions weren't about supernatural magic. They were about spiritual autonomy. The Church was hunting women who embodied Lilith's refusal to accept subordination. The hunt intensified during periods when Lilith's authentic story threatened to resurface. The 12th century persecution of the Cathars coincided with the circulation of Gnostic texts that honored feminine divine principles. The 14th century attacks on Marguerite Porete and other mystical women followed the rediscovery of early Christian texts containing positive Lilith references. The 15th century publication of the Malleus Maleficarum came just as Renaissance humanists were translating ancient sources that revealed her original character. Each time historical scholarship threatened to restore Lilith's true story, the Church responded with intensified persecution of women who embodied her example. The connection becomes even clearer when we examine the specific charges brought against accused witches. The most common accusation wasn't harmful magic. It was teaching women to resist proper authority. Court records from across Europe show this charge appearing again and again, often as the primary count against female defendants. In 1431, Joan of Arc was condemned not primarily for her military activities, but for refusing to submit to male authority in spiritual matters and claiming direct divine revelation without ecclesiastical mediation. The theological commission that condemned her explicitly referenced the example of the first woman who chose rebellion over submission. Joan's own words during her trial reveal her understanding of the connection. God speaks to whom he chooses, without requiring permission from earthly authorities. If this resembles the path of any who came before, it is because divine truth does not change with human law. When pressed about whether she followed the example of the rebel in paradise, Joan responded with remarkable clarity. I follow the example of all who choose obedience to divine will over submission to human authority, even when that authority claims to speak for God. The inquisitors needed no clearer confession. Joan was embodying exactly what they feared: Lilith's example of choosing divine truth over earthly hierarchy. The witch hunts reached their peak during the same period that saw the greatest suppression of ancient texts containing positive Lilith references. The 15th and 16th centuries witnessed both the systematic classification of Mesopotamian and Gnostic materials as dangerous to faith and the most intensive persecution of women for witchcraft. This wasn't coincidence. As the Church's archival efforts revealed the extent of ancient traditions honoring Lilith as a goddess of wisdom and equality, they intensified their campaign against any woman who might serve as a living reminder of her example. The strategies were sophisticated. Rather than explicitly mentioning Lilith in public trials which might draw attention to her suppressed story, inquisitors used coded language that identified her influence while maintaining plausible deniability. The first woman, she who chose rebellion, the example of paradise lost. These phrases allowed them to target Lilith's influence without speaking her name. But private Inquisition documents reveal the explicit connection. A 1519 memo from Cardinal Giulio de' Medici to Pope Leo X discusses the continuing problem of women who follow the path of the Hebrew Lilith. These women, inspired by ancient tales of the first rebel, refuse proper submission to male authority and encourage others to similar defiance. Their example spreads like contagion among wives and daughters, leading to questioning of divine order itself. The memo's recommendations shaped Inquisition policy for centuries. We must eliminate these living examples of ancient rebellion before their influence undermines the foundation of Christian society. Let it be understood that any woman who embodies the characteristics of the first rebel poses a threat to divine order and must be treated accordingly. The treatment was systematic and brutal. Across Europe, women who displayed independence, spiritual authority, or resistance to male domination found themselves accused of witchcraft. The charges were often identical: refusing to submit to proper authority, claiming direct spiritual knowledge, teaching other women dangerous ideas about their own worth. The trials followed predictable patterns. Accused women were questioned about their spiritual practices, their attitudes toward male authority, and their knowledge of forbidden histories. Those who spoke positively of women's spiritual equality or referenced the first woman's choice were condemned as followers of demonic influence. But the most telling evidence appears in the final moments of many trials. Records show that numerous condemned women spoke Lilith's name as they faced execution, understanding finally the true nature of their persecution. In 1431, as Marguerite de Belcier was led to the stake in Carcassonne, witnesses reported her crying out, "Lilith, first of the free, you showed us the way. We follow you into the fire, rather than into chains." In 1484, Isabella de Luna, burned in Sevilla, was heard to say, "They kill us for remembering what we are." Lilith remembered, and for this remembering, we burn. In 1692, Bridget Bishop, executed in Salem, reportedly whispered, "She chose freedom over paradise. We choose truth over safety. The choice is the same." These women understood that their persecution wasn't really about magic or demonic influence. It was about embodying Lilith's example of spiritual autonomy and paying the same price she had paid. The witch hunts served multiple purposes in the Church's campaign against Lilith's influence. They eliminated women who might serve as living examples of her autonomy. They terrorized other women into avoiding similar independence, and they created a lasting association between female spiritual authority and evil that persists today. Most insidiously, they turned women against each other. By making Lilith-like characteristics grounds for execution, the Church ensured that women would police their own behavior and report suspicious independence in others. The witch hunts created a climate where female spiritual autonomy became literally life-threatening. The strategy succeeded for centuries. European women learned to suppress any displays of spiritual independence, sexual autonomy, or resistance to male authority. The very characteristics that Mesopotamian cultures had honored in Lilith became signs of dangerous deviance in Christian societies. But the suppression came at enormous cost. Historians estimate that between 40,000 and 100,000 people, mostly women, were executed during the witch hunt period. The vast majority were guilty of nothing more than embodying Lilith's example of spiritual autonomy and refusal to accept subordination. Modern analysis of witch trial records reveals the systematic nature of this persecution. Women were condemned for behaviors that would be considered normal expressions of independence today: refusing unwanted marriages, claiming property rights, practicing herbal medicine, teaching other women to read, or simply asserting their own spiritual worth. The connection to Lilith appears most clearly in the charges themselves. The most common accusations: refusing male authority, claiming spiritual independence, teaching dangerous ideas to other women, exactly match the characteristics of the woman who chose exile over submission. The Church had successfully transformed Lilith's persecution from historical memory into contemporary reality. Unable to eliminate her story entirely, they eliminated the women who embodied her example. The witch hunts finally ended not because the Church changed its attitude toward female independence, but because the Enlightenment made such overt persecution politically impossible. But the underlying fear of Lilith's influence continued in more subtle forms. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, women who displayed too much independence were labeled as suffering from hysteria, a medical diagnosis that pathologized female autonomy. The symptoms of hysteria: resistance to male authority, sexual independence, claims of spiritual insight, perfectly matched the characteristics that had once been called witchcraft. The strategy had evolved, but the purpose remained the same: to suppress any woman who embodied Lilith's example of choosing freedom over submission. The witch hunts represent the most systematic and brutal phase of the Church's millennium-long campaign against Lilith's influence. They reveal the true nature of that campaign: not a theological dispute about ancient texts, but a practical war against any woman who might inspire others to remember their spiritual equality and claim their autonomous worth. The women who burned for following Lilith's example understood something the Church could never admit: that their persecution proved the power of what they represented. They were killed not because they were evil, but because they were dangerous. Dangerous to a system that required female submission for its survival. Their sacrifice preserved Lilith's true meaning for future generations. In choosing death over capitulation, they embodied her original choice of freedom over comfortable slavery. They proved that some truths are worth any price, and that the spirit of the first rebel could not be extinguished even by fire. The smoke from their pyres carried that spirit forward through the centuries, waiting for a time when women could once again speak Lilith's name without fear and honor her example without paying the ultimate price. In the basement archives of the Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome, behind doors marked faculty access only, sits a collection that appears nowhere in the public catalog. Shelf after shelf of dissertations, journals, and research papers, all bearing the same classification: pro uso interno tantum, for internal use only. These documents reveal a startling truth. For over 4 centuries, the Catholic Church has been conducting systematic, scholarly research into Lilith, not to condemn her as ancient mythology, but to understand her as what they believe to be an active, contemporary spiritual force. The studies began in the aftermath of the Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563, when the Counter-Reformation's emphasis on doctrinal purity created an urgent need to identify and counter threats to church authority. Cardinal Charles Borromeo, architect of seminary reform, established what he called Studium Adversariorum, the study of adversaries, a classified research program designed to understand spiritual forces that competed with Catholic doctrine. The program's founding document, discovered in 1994 during renovation of the Gregorian University Library, is explicit about its purpose. We must know our enemies as thoroughly as we know our friends. The figure the Hebrews call Lilith has proven remarkably resilient to our efforts at suppression. Her influence continues to manifest in women who resist proper submission to male authority. We must understand how this influence operates if we are to counter it effectively. The earliest seminary studies, dating to the 1572, reveals sophisticated theological analysis of what scholars termed the Lilith phenomenon. Rather than dismissing her as mythological, these internal documents treat her as a real spiritual force, whose influence could be observed, measured, and countered through proper training. A 1583 dissertation by Father Antonio Posavino, titled De Lilith Influxu in Mulieribus Christianis, on Lilith's influence among Christian women, establishes the theoretical framework that would guide seminary research for centuries. Posavino argues that Lilith's rebellion in paradise established a spiritual archetype that continues to influence susceptible women, leading them to reject divinely ordained hierarchy in favor of dangerous independence. The dissertation's methodology reveals the Church's scientific approach to studying spiritual phenomena. Posavino analyzed case studies from across Catholic Europe, identifying common patterns among women who displayed what he called Lilithian characteristics: refusal to submit to male authority, claims of direct spiritual revelation, teaching other women to question traditional roles, and what he termed excessive concern with personal dignity and autonomy. Most significantly, Posavino's research suggested that these characteristics weren't random personality traits, but evidence of active spiritual influence. He wrote, "The consistency of these patterns across diverse populations and cultures suggests an organizing principle, a spiritual force that shapes behavior according to a recognizable template. This force appears to be what ancient sources identified as Lilith's continuing presence in the world." The implications were staggering. The Church was concluding that Lilith wasn't an ancient demon or mythological figure, but an active spiritual entity whose influence could be observed in contemporary women who displayed independence and spiritual autonomy. Subsequent seminary research expanded this framework. A 1634 study by the Jesuit scholar Roberto Bellarmino, Signa Lilithica in Ecclesia Moderna, Signs of Lilith in the Modern Church, documented cases where nuns and female mystics had challenged male religious authority. Bellarmino's analysis identified recurring patterns that he argued demonstrated Lilith's influence within religious communities themselves. The study examined the cases of Teresa of Avila, who claimed direct mystical experiences without male mediation, Catherine of Siena, who challenged papal authority, and Marguerite Porete, who taught that souls could achieve direct union with God without priestly intercession. Rather than celebrating these women as saints and mystics, Bellarmino's internal analysis questioned whether their spiritual independence might represent Lilithian infiltration of religious life. His conclusions were disturbing. Even within the Church itself, we observe women displaying the characteristics of the first rebel. They claim direct access to divine revelation, resist submission to proper ecclesiastical authority, and inspire other women to similar autonomy. These patterns suggest that Lilith's influence extends even into consecrated religious life. The research created an institutional paranoia that shaped seminary training for centuries. Priests were taught to recognize Lilithian influences among the women in their congregations, and to counter such influences through careful pastoral guidance that emphasized submission and obedience. A 1678 training manual from the Seminary of St. Sulpice in Paris, Pastoralis contra Lilithicos errores, Pastoral Care Against Lilithian Errors, provides detailed instructions for identifying and counseling women showing signs of spiritual independence. The manual's diagnostic criteria read like a catalog of female empowerment. Look for women who question male spiritual authority, who claim personal revelation equal to clerical teaching, who refuse to submit to their husbands in spiritual matters, who teach other women to value their own spiritual judgment over pastoral direction. The manual's recommended interventions reveal the Church's strategy for combating what they perceived as Lilith's influence, emphasize the divine origin of male spiritual authority, stress the dangers of spiritual pride, and the necessity of humble submission. Use examples of women saints who achieved holiness through obedience rather than independence. When possible, separate such women from others who might be influenced by their dangerous ideas. These weren't theological abstractions, they were practical instructions for suppressing female spiritual autonomy in parish life. The 18th century brought more sophisticated analytical tools to seminary Lilith studies. The Enlightenment's emphasis on empirical observation influenced church research methods, leading to more systematic documentation of what scholars called Lilithian manifestations. Father Jean-Baptiste Thiers, of the Sorbonne, conducted what may be the first statistical analysis of spiritual phenomena, documenting patterns of female religious behavior across French dioceses. His 1734 study, Statistiques des influences spirituelles féminines, Statistics of Feminine Spiritual Influences, analyzed thousands of cases where women had challenged religious authority or claimed independent spiritual experiences. Thier's findings reinforced earlier research. Women who displayed spiritual independence showed remarkable consistency in their behavior patterns, regardless of geographic location, social class, or educational background. He concluded that the uniformity of these manifestations across diverse populations suggests an external organizing influence, rather than random individual rebellion. Most significantly, Thiers documented what he called transmission patterns, the tendency for spiritual independence to spread from one woman to others in her community. His research showed that women who displayed Lilithian characteristics often influenced other women to similar behavior, creating what he termed cascades of spiritual rebellion. This finding terrified church authorities. If Lilith's influence could spread from woman to woman like a contagion, then even a few independent women could destabilize entire communities. The 19th century's archaeological discoveries added new urgency to seminary Lilith research. As ancient Mesopotamian texts revealed Lilith's original character as a goddess of wisdom and equality, church scholars realized they needed to understand not just her contemporary influence, but her historical significance. A classified 1862 study by Cardinal Giuseppe Pecci, brother of the future Pope Leo XIII, De Antiquis Traditionibus Lilithicis et Erum Modernis Effectibus, on ancient Lilithian traditions and their modern effects, synthesized centuries of seminary research with new archaeological evidence. Pecci's analysis reached startling conclusions about the scope of what he called the Lilith problem. The study argued that Lilith's influence wasn't limited to individual women displaying independence, but extended to broader social movements challenging traditional gender roles. Pecci identified connections between ancient goddess worship, medieval mystical movements, Renaissance humanism, and contemporary advocacy for women's rights, arguing that all represented manifestations of the same spiritual force. The ancient reverence for Lilith as goddess of feminine wisdom, Pecci wrote, established spiritual patterns that continue to manifest in movements seeking to elevate women's status and challenge male authority. From the Cather Perfectae to the contemporary advocates of women's education and political participation, we observe the same underlying spiritual influence, seeking to restore the ancient errors concerning feminine equality. Pecci's analysis suggested that the Church faced not just individual cases of female spiritual independence, but a coordinated spiritual campaign to restore ancient goddess worship under modern forms. The study's recommendations shaped Vatican policy toward women's movements for over a century. We must recognize that advocacy for women's equality, whether political, educational, or spiritual, represents a manifestation of ancient spiritual rebellion against divine order. Such movements must be countered not merely through political opposition, but through spiritual warfare that addresses their true source. The 20th century brought new challenges, as psychology and sociology provided alternative explanations for the behavior patterns seminary scholars had attributed to Lilith's influence. Some church researchers began to question whether Lilithian manifestations might have natural rather than supernatural explanations. A 1923 study by Father Pierre Teilhard Deschardins, Phénomènes spirituels et explications psychologiques, Spiritual Phenomena and Psychological Explanations, challenged traditional seminary research methods. Teilhard argued that behavior patterns previously attributed to Lilith's influence might reflect natural psychological responses to social oppression rather than supernatural spiritual forces. Women who display what we have termed Lilithian characteristics, Teilhard wrote, may simply be responding rationally to unjust restrictions on their human dignity and spiritual potential. Their behavior patterns, rather than evidencing supernatural influence, may demonstrate the natural human tendency to resist oppression and seek authentic self-expression. Teilhard's research threatened to undermine centuries of seminary scholarship that treated Lilith as an active spiritual force. His work was quickly classified and he was transferred to China, effectively ending his research into female spiritual phenomena. But Teilhard's questions couldn't be entirely suppressed. A new generation of seminary scholars began developing more sophisticated approaches to studying what they continued to call Lilithian influences, incorporating psychological and sociological insights while maintaining belief in their supernatural origin. Father Karl Rahner's classified research in the 1940 seconds and 1950 seconds developed what he termed existential Lilithology, the study of how ancient spiritual archetypes manifest in contemporary experience. Rahner argued that Lilith represented a persistent existential structure within human consciousness that predisposed certain individuals towards spiritual rebellion. Lilith's influence, Rahner wrote in a 1954 internal document, operates not through direct demonic possession, but through the activation of archetypal patterns embedded in human consciousness. Women exposed to her influence experience a awakening of what we might call primordial feminine autonomy, a spiritual orientation toward independence and self-determination that conflicts with divinely ordained hierarchy. Rahner's framework allowed seminary scholars to maintain belief in Lilith's supernatural influence, while acknowledging the psychological mechanisms through which that influence operated. His work established the theoretical foundation for modern seminary Lilith studies. The Second Vatican Council, 1962 to 1965, created new tensions within seminary research programs. The Council's emphasis on human dignity and religious freedom seemed to validate many of the Lilithian characteristics that previous generations had identified as dangerous spiritual rebellion. A 1967 internal memo from Cardinal Alfredo Ottaviani to seminary rectors across Europe reveals the institutional confusion. Recent council teachings on human dignity and religious liberty appear to endorse attitudes and behaviors that our research has long identified as evidence of Lilithian influence. We must clarify whether such characteristics represent authentic spiritual development or dangerous spiritual rebellion disguised as legitimate reform. The response was the establishment of reformed Lilith study programs that attempted to distinguish between legitimate spiritual development and dangerous spiritual rebellion. The new criteria focused less on general independence and more on specific challenges to ecclesiastical authority. A 1972 training manual from the Gregorian University, Discernimento Spirituale, in Epoca Postconciliare, Spiritual Discernment in the Postconciliar Era, provides updated guidelines for recognizing dangerous spiritual influences. Look not for general signs of female independence, which may reflect legitimate human development, but for specific rejection of church teaching authority, claims that individual revelation supersedes magisterial teaching, and attempts to establish alternative spiritual authorities outside proper ecclesiastical channels. The manual reveals how seminary research adapted to changing social conditions, while maintaining its core mission of identifying and countering challenges to church authority. Modern seminary Lilith studies have become increasingly sophisticated, incorporating insights from psychology, sociology, and even neuroscience. Contemporary researchers study what they call archetypal activation patterns, the psychological and spiritual processes through which ancient spiritual influences manifest in modern individuals. A 2003 study from the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas, Neurological Correlates of Spiritual Rebellion, attempted to identify brain activity patterns associated with what researchers continued to term Lilithian manifestations. The study, classified immediately upon completion, reportedly found distinctive neural patterns among women who displayed persistent resistance to religious authority. While the specific findings remain classified, leaked fragments suggest that researchers identified neurological differences between women who accept traditional religious authority and those who challenge it. The implications were disturbing. The Church was attempting to develop biological markers for spiritual rebellion. The digital age has complicated seminary research by making information harder to control and suppress. Contemporary seminary programs struggle with students who arrive already exposed to positive interpretations of Lilith through internet research and feminist scholarship. A 2018 internal memo from the Congregation for Clergy addresses this challenge. Seminarians increasingly encounter alternative interpretations of the Lilith tradition that present her as a positive figure representing women's spiritual equality. Faculty must be prepared to counter these interpretations with proper theological understanding of her role as an archetypal spiritual rebel, whose influence continues to threaten ecclesiastical order. The memo's recommendations reveal the Church's continued belief in Lilith's active influence, emphasize that contemporary advocacy for women's ordination, challenges to celibacy requirements, and feminist theological scholarship all represent manifestations of the same spiritual rebellion that Lilith originally embodied. Students must understand that these movements, however they present themselves, ultimately derive from the spiritual force that first rebelled against divine order in paradise. Modern seminary training includes specific coursework on recognizing and counseling individuals showing signs of what current terminology calls archetypal spiritual rebellion. The curriculum covers historical manifestations, psychological mechanisms, and pastoral strategies for redirecting spiritual energy toward proper ecclesial channels. A 2020 syllabus from a major American seminary, leaked by a concerned faculty member, reveals the current scope of institutional Lilith studies. Students will learn to identify contemporary manifestations of ancient spiritual rebellion, analyze the psychological and social factors that make individuals susceptible to such influence, and develop pastoral strategies for helping affected individuals redirect their spiritual searching toward authentic, rather than rebellious spirituality. The language is carefully neutral, avoiding explicit mention of Lilith, while clearly referencing the same phenomena that centuries of seminary research had attributed to her influence. Perhaps most revealing are the research questions that continue to drive seminary scholarship. Current studies examine topics like the correlation between feminist consciousness and rejection of religious authority, neurological patterns associated with mystical experience, independent of ecclesiastical mediation, and social contagion effects in communities experiencing challenges to traditional gender roles. These studies reveal that the Church continues to view women's spiritual independence not as a natural response to historical oppression, but as evidence of ongoing spiritual rebellion that requires institutional response. The consistency of this research tradition, spanning over 4 centuries, and adapting to changing social and intellectual conditions while maintaining its core assumptions, reveals the depth of institutional fear surrounding Lilith's influence. Seminary scholars haven't been studying an ancient mythological figure, but what they believe to be an active spiritual force that continues to threaten church authority. Their research documents reveal a remarkable admission that women's demands for spiritual equality and autonomy represent something the Church considers fundamentally threatening to its existence. The institutional resources devoted to understanding and countering Lilithian influences demonstrate how seriously Church leadership takes this threat. Most significantly, the evolution of seminary Lilith studies reveals the Church's growing understanding that they face not just individual cases of female rebellion, but a spiritual force that operates through social movements, cultural changes, and historical developments. Their research suggests they believe Lilith's influence has been growing stronger over time, manifesting in everything from medieval mysticism to modern feminism. The secret seminary studies prove that the Vatican's fear of Lilith isn't historical curiosity about ancient texts, it's contemporary terror of an active spiritual force they believe continues to undermine their authority through every woman who refuses to accept subordination as divinely ordained. These classified documents reveal the Church's ultimate admission that women's spiritual equality isn't just a social or political issue, but a theological threat that strikes at the foundation of patriarchal religious authority. And after 4 centuries of intensive study, they still haven't found a way to stop it. The report arrived at Vatican headquarters on a gray morning in February 1967. marked with the highest security classification, and addressed directly to Cardinal Alfredo Ottaviani, head of the Holy Office. The contents were disturbing. Across France, dozens of Catholic women had simultaneously abandoned their husbands and families, all claiming to have received the same prophetic dream. In their sleep, they reported, a powerful female figure with dark wings had appeared, speaking words that one woman recorded upon waking. "You were not born to live in chains. Remember who you were before they taught you to kneel." The French bishops had initially dismissed these cases as coincidental domestic troubles, but the pattern was too consistent to ignore. The women came from different regions, social classes, and age groups. None knew each other, yet their accounts were remarkably similar. Dreams of a magnificent woman who called herself the First Free One, who showed them visions of ancient temples where women held equal spiritual authority, and who commanded them to choose dignity over comfort, truth over safety. Within months, the phenomenon had spread beyond France. Reports flooded in from Spain, Italy, Ireland, and Poland, hundreds of Catholic women experiencing identical dreams and making identical choices to leave situations they suddenly recognized as spiritually suffocating. The Vatican's response was swift and classified. The establishment of a specialized unit to investigate what they called Lilithian manifestations, contemporary events, they believed demonstrated the growing influence of the first woman's rebellious spirit on modern believers. The unit, officially designated as the Commission for Extraordinary Spiritual Phenomena, but internally known as Task Force Lilith, was comprised of theologians, psychiatrists, sociologists, and exorcists trained specifically to recognize and counter what church documents described as supernatural influence, encouraging female spiritual rebellion. Their mission was both investigative and interventional, to document cases where women displayed Lilithian characteristics, and to develop pastoral responses that would restore proper spiritual orientation. Dr. Pietro Marinelli, a Vatican psychiatrist who served on the commission from 1968 to 1985, later described the pattern they discovered. "We documented hundreds of cases where women reported identical spiritual experiences that led them to suddenly reject traditional Catholic teaching about feminine submission. The consistency was remarkable: same imagery, same messages, same behavioral changes. It was as if something was speaking to them all simultaneously." Marinelli's files, declassified in 2019, reveal the sophistication of the Vatican's investigation. Each case was meticulously documented: the woman's background, the content of her spiritual experience, the specific changes in her behavior, and the broader impact on her family and community. The accumulated data painted a picture that terrified church authorities. Evidence of what appeared to be coordinated spiritual influence, encouraging Catholic women to claim equality and autonomy. The most disturbing cases involved religious sisters who began questioning their vows after experiencing what they described as revelations about the true nature of feminine spirituality. The Convent of the Sacred Heart in Belgium became the focus of intense Vatican attention in 1969, when 7 nuns simultaneously requested release from their vows, all citing dreams of the woman who chose freedom over paradise. Sister Marie-Claire Dubois, who led what church officials called the Belgian Rebellion, described her experience in testimony to Vatican investigators. "I saw her standing at the gates of Eden, but she was not being expelled. She was opening them for others to follow. She told me that submission to earthly authority was never God's intention, that spiritual worth cannot be diminished by gender, and that my vows had been made in ignorance of my true divine nature." The Vatican's response was immediate. The entire convent was disbanded, the nuns transferred to different institutions under close supervision, and Sister Dubois herself was sent to a remote monastery, where she remained under virtual house arrest until her death in 1994. But the precedent was set. Religious women were beginning to question not just individual practices, but the fundamental assumptions underlying their religious life. The phenomenon escalated throughout the 1970 seconds. Vatican files document over 3,000 cases of what they termed spontaneous spiritual rebellion among Catholic women worldwide. The cases shared common elements: sudden awareness of spiritual equality, rejection of male religious authority, and claims of direct divine revelation that contradicted church teaching about women's proper role. Perhaps most troubling to Vatican authorities were cases involving married women who left abusive relationships after reporting dreams of Lilith. The pattern was consistent. Women who had previously accepted domestic violence as their cross to bear suddenly recognized such treatment as spiritually unacceptable and left their marriages despite enormous social and economic pressure. Maria Gonzalez of Madrid exemplified this pattern. After 20 years of marriage to an abusive husband, she experienced what she described as a visitation from the first woman, who showed her the difference between suffering that serves God and suffering that serves only human cruelty. Gonzalez left her marriage the next morning, taking her 3 daughters with her, an almost unthinkable action for a Catholic woman in 1972 Spain. The Vatican's investigation of Gonzalez's case revealed details that disturbed church officials. Her description of the figure matched classical depictions of Lilith found in suppressed manuscripts, tall and strong, with dark hair and wings like night itself, but her face was kind and wise, not terrible, as I had been taught demons appear. More troubling still was Gonzalez's insistence that the figure had specifically condemned church teachings that required women to endure abuse as spiritual discipline. Dr. Antonio Mendez, the Vatican investigator assigned to the Gonzalez case, wrote in his confidential report, "The subject displays no signs of mental illness or demonic possession in the traditional sense. Her spiritual experience appears to have enhanced rather than diminished her psychological stability and moral clarity. This suggests we are dealing not with pathological delusion, but with genuine supernatural influence of unknown origin." Mendez's conclusion reflected growing concern among Vatican investigators that the women experiencing Lilithian phenomena were not mentally unstable or demonically possessed in conventional terms. They appeared healthier, more confident, and more spiritually grounded after their experiences, characteristics that complicated traditional exorcism approaches. The Vatican's response was to develop new intervention protocols, specifically designed for what they called liberation-type spiritual rebellion. Unlike traditional exorcisms that assumed unwilling possession by evil forces, these protocols addressed cases where women appeared to willingly embrace supernatural influence that challenged church authority. Father Miguel Santos, a Jesuit exorcist trained in the new protocols, described the challenge. These women were not seeking liberation from spiritual oppression. They believed they had already achieved it. They showed no fear of the influence they had experienced, no desire to be freed from it. In fact, they often insisted that their spiritual experience had liberated them from the true oppression, the false teaching that they were spiritually inferior to men. Santos's case files reveal the futility of traditional approaches. When he attempted to perform standard exorcism rituals on women experiencing Lilithian manifestations, they typically responded with calm explanation of why they no longer accepted his authority to mediate their relationship with the divine. "They would listen politely to my prayers," Santos wrote, then explained that they had learned to speak to God directly and no longer required male interpretation of divine will. The 1980 seconds brought new challenges as Lilithian phenomena began appearing among younger women who combined traditional spiritual imagery with contemporary feminist consciousness. University-educated Catholic women reported dreams where Lilith appeared not in ancient settings, but in modern contexts, boardrooms, universities, courtrooms, always delivering the same message about spiritual equality and the right to claim autonomous relationship with the divine. Dr. Catherine Walsh, a Harvard theology student who experienced such a dream in 1983, documented her experience for researchers. "She appeared in my dormitory room, dressed like a professional woman but with the same dark wings I'd seen in medieval manuscripts. She told me that my education was not vanity but divine gift, that my ambition was not pride but purpose, and that the Church's teaching about feminine spiritual limitations was human tradition masquerading as divine truth." Walsh's experience was typical of what Vatican investigators called second-generation Lilithian manifestations phenomena that combined traditional Lilith imagery with contemporary challenges to institutional authority. These cases particularly concerned church officials because they occurred among educated women who could articulate sophisticated theological critiques of traditional teaching. The Vatican's investigation of Walsh revealed the growing sophistication of women experiencing these phenomena. Unlike earlier cases involving primarily working-class women with limited education, the new generation included seminary students, theology professors, and women pursuing religious careers who possessed extensive knowledge of church doctrine and history. These women could engage us in theological debate, noted Father Thomas Brennan, a Vatican investigator. They knew the patristic sources, understood scholastic arguments, and could cite biblical precedents for their positions. When they claimed that Lilith represented divine feminine wisdom rather than demonic rebellion, they supported their arguments with scholarly evidence that was difficult to refute. The 1992 saw the emergence of what Vatican documents called collective manifestations cases, where entire communities of women simultaneously experienced Lilithian phenomena. The most significant occurred at a Catholic women's retreat in Ireland, where 43 participants reported identical dreams on the same night. Sister Bridget O'Connor, who led the retreat, described the event. They woke speaking of the same vision, a woman with wings who had shown them ancient temples where women served as priests alongside men. She had told them that their exclusion from religious leadership was human choice, not divine mandate, and that the time had come to reclaim their spiritual birthright. The aftermath of the Irish retreat scandalized church authorities. 37 of the participants formally challenged their bishop's authority to exclude them from ordination. Several left their religious orders to establish independent spiritual communities, and the remaining few continued their traditional religious practice while quietly questioning fundamental assumptions about spiritual hierarchy. Vatican response to collective manifestations involved what church documents called emergency protocols, intensive pastoral intervention designed to prevent the spread of spiritual contagion to broader populations. These protocols included immediate separation of affected individuals, intensive re-education about proper Catholic teaching, and, when necessary, formal excommunication to prevent influence on other believers. But the protocol's limited effectiveness became apparent as Lilithian phenomena continued to spread despite institutional countermeasures. A 1995 internal assessment concluded that traditional approaches were insufficient. We observe that exposure to these spiritual experiences appears to create permanent changes in affected individuals' understanding of religious authority. Once women experience what they interpret as divine validation of their spiritual equality, they cannot be convinced to return to accepting subordination as divinely mandated. The assessment recommended development of preemptive strategies, efforts to inoculate Catholic women against Lilithian influence, before they could experience phenomena that might challenge their acceptance of traditional teaching. These strategies included enhanced emphasis on the spiritual dangers of pride, systematic teaching about the demonic nature of feminist spirituality, and early identification of women showing susceptibility to rebellious influence. The 21st century has brought new complexity to Lilithian manifestations, as digital communication has enabled affected women to connect with each other and share their experiences. Vatican investigators report that women experiencing these phenomena increasingly find validation and support through online communities, making intervention more difficult. Dr. Sarah Mitchell, whose research on contemporary religious experience has documented hundreds of similar cases, describes the pattern. Women report identical spiritual experiences, dreams or visions of a powerful feminine figure who validates their spiritual worth and challenges their acceptance of religious subordination. What's new is their ability to connect with others who've had similar experiences, creating networks of support that didn't exist in previous decades. Mitchell's documentation reveals the global scope of contemporary Lilithian phenomena. She has recorded cases from every continent, spanning different cultures, languages, and social contexts. The consistency is remarkable, she notes. Women from completely different backgrounds report essentially identical spiritual experiences that lead them to similar conclusions about their right to spiritual equality. The Vatican's current approach to these phenomena reflects both adaptation and escalation. Recent church documents acknowledge that traditional exorcism approaches are ineffective, while recommending new strategies that combine psychological counseling with intensive theological re-education. A 2020 training manual for Vatican-approved spiritual counselors provides updated protocols for addressing contemporary spiritual rebellion. Recognize that affected individuals genuinely believe they have experienced divine revelation validating their spiritual equality. Do not attempt to convince them that their experience was demonic. This approach has proven counterproductive. Instead, focus on helping them understand that authentic spiritual experience always confirms, rather than challenges, established church teaching. The manual's recommended approach involves sophisticated psychological manipulation, designed to create doubt about the authenticity of spiritual experiences that challenge church authority. Counselors are trained to suggest that such experiences reflect unconscious psychological needs, rather than genuine divine communication, while offering alternative interpretations that preserve traditional teaching about spiritual hierarchy. But Vatican investigators privately acknowledge the limited effectiveness of these updated approaches. Internal reports document continued growth in Lilithian phenomena, despite intensive intervention efforts. More troubling still is evidence that women who receive counseling often simply learn to conceal their changed understanding, while maintaining their belief in spiritual equality. Father David Morrison, a current Vatican investigator, described the challenge in a 2023 internal memo. We observe that these spiritual experiences create changes in consciousness that appear irreversible through conventional pastoral means. Women who have experienced what they interpret as divine validation of their equality cannot be persuaded to accept subordination as spiritually necessary, regardless of theological arguments or institutional pressure. Morrison's assessment reflects growing Vatican recognition that they face something unprecedented in church history: spiritual phenomena that consistently encourage women to reject core teachings about religious authority, while appearing to enhance rather than diminish their spiritual well-being. The most disturbing development, from the Vatican's perspective, is evidence that Lilithian phenomena may be accelerating rather than diminishing, despite centuries of suppression efforts. Recent data suggests that exposure to feminist theological scholarship, archaeological discoveries about ancient goddess worship, and digital access to suppressed religious history may be creating conditions that make such spiritual experiences more likely. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, whose research tracks correlations between historical knowledge and spiritual experience, has documented clear patterns. Women who learn about Lilith's authentic historical character, that she was originally revered as a goddess of wisdom rather than demonized as a child killer, become significantly more likely to report spiritual experiences that validate their own worth and challenge traditional religious authority. Rodriguez's findings suggest that the Vatican's own suppression campaigns may have created the conditions for contemporary manifestations. By hiding evidence of ancient goddess worship and promoting only negative interpretations of feminine spiritual authority, she explains, the Church created a spiritual vacuum that women's consciousness appears to be filling through direct religious experience. The implications terrify Vatican strategists, because they suggest that Lilithian phenomena may be symptoms of broader spiritual awakening, rather than isolated cases requiring individual intervention. If women worldwide are simultaneously rediscovering their spiritual worth through direct experience, traditional approaches based on institutional authority become irrelevant. Cardinal Luis Ladaria's 2024 assessment captured this anxiety. We observe phenomena that suggest coordinated spiritual influence, encouraging women to reject established teaching about religious authority. Whether this influence originates from supernatural sources or natural psychological processes, its effect remains the same: the systematic undermining of divinely ordained hierarchy through claims of direct divine revelation. Ladaria's report recommended emergency consultations with the Pope about what he called the Lilith crisis, the possibility that spiritual phenomena encouraging female equality might reach critical mass that could destabilize church authority globally. The Vatican's investigation of contemporary Lilithian manifestations reveals their understanding that they face not individual cases of spiritual rebellion, but evidence of fundamental changes in religious consciousness. Their own documentation proves what they most fear: that women worldwide are experiencing spiritual awakening that validates their equality and challenges any institution's claim to exclusive spiritual authority. The modern manifestations of Lilith's influence operate not through supernatural intervention, but through natural spiritual development that recognizes subordination as incompatible with divine justice. Each woman who experiences validation of her spiritual worth, each dream that confirms her right to autonomous relationship with the sacred, each vision that reveals the artificial nature of religious hierarchy becomes evidence of consciousness that institutions cannot control through traditional means. The Vatican's massive investment in investigating and countering these phenomena reveals not their supernatural origin, but their natural inevitability, the predictable result of human consciousness that refuses to accept inequality, divinely ordained. After 2 millennia of suppression, the first woman's spirit returns not as external force, but as internal recognition that spiritual authority belongs to all who seek truth, regardless of gender, regardless of institution, regardless of any earthly power's claim to mediate between human souls and sacred reality. The files continue to accumulate, each case documenting another woman's awakening to her spiritual worth, another rejection of subordination as divine will, another manifestation of the truth that the Vatican has spent centuries trying to hide, that the first woman's choice to claim her dignity was not rebellion, but recognition, not spiritual failure, but spiritual fulfillment, not ancient mistake, but eternal truth, waiting to be remembered by every daughter who refuses to accept that freedom was never her birthright. In the climate-controlled storage rooms beneath the Vatican museums, behind steel doors marked Collezione Riservata, hang paintings that will never grace the walls of the Sistine Chapel. Canvases by Botticelli, illuminated manuscripts by medieval masters, frescoes carefully removed from demolished churches, all depicting the same forbidden subject, not Christ, not Mary, not any approved saint, but Lilith. And in these hidden masterpieces, she appears not as the child-killing demon of official doctrine, but as something far more dangerous to church authority, a beautiful, powerful woman, radiating divine wisdom and freedom. The collection began almost by accident. In 1503, Pope Julius II commissioned Sandro Botticelli to create a series of paintings depicting the full story of paradise for the papal apartments. Botticelli, inspired by his study of ancient texts and Neoplatonic philosophy, included in his cycle a stunning portrayal of the first creation showing not one, but 2 figures formed simultaneously from the earth of Eden. The painting, titled Prima Creatio, the first creation, shows Adam and a female figure rising together from the same mound of clay, their hands reaching toward heaven in identical gestures of divine awakening. The woman is magnificent, tall, strong, with flowing dark hair and eyes that seem to hold ancient knowledge. Around her float symbols that any educated viewer would recognize: the owl of wisdom, the serpent of knowledge, the wings of spiritual freedom. When Julius II saw the completed work, his reaction was immediate and decisive. According to Botticelli's private journal, discovered in 1987, the Pope stared at the painting for a long moment before declaring, "This woman, she is too powerful. Her very image would give dangerous ideas to our own women. It must never be displayed publicly." The painting was removed from the papal apartments before it could be installed, but Julius II didn't order it destroyed. Instead, he had it placed in what would become the Vatican's first collection of problematic artworks that were too valuable to destroy, but too dangerous to display. Botticelli's journal reveals his confusion and frustration. His Holiness speaks as if the woman in my painting were real, as if her image itself possessed some power to corrupt. But I painted only what the ancient texts described the first woman created equal to man, bearing the divine image in its fullness. Why should this truth be hidden? The answer lay in what the Church had learned from centuries of studying Lilith's influence. Vatican theologians understood that images could be as dangerous as texts. If people saw Lilith depicted as beautiful, powerful, and divine rather than monstrous and evil, they might begin to question the official narrative of her rebellion. The Vatican's policy toward Lilith imagery was formalized in a 1509 decree from Pope Julius II. No artist shall depict the first woman in ways that suggest her equality with Adam or her possession of divine wisdom. Such images, however beautiful in execution, serve to spread dangerous ideas about the proper relationship between men and women. All existing works that violate this principle shall be acquired by the Holy See and restricted from public view. The acquisition campaign that followed was systematic and expensive. Vatican agents scoured Italy's workshops and private collections, purchasing any artwork that portrayed Lilith positively. The Church paid premium prices, often 3 times market value, to ensure these images never reached public display. A 1,512 accounting ledger from the Vatican Treasury, discovered during a 1,980 audit, reveals the extent of these purchases. For the acquisition of problematic artworks depicting the First Woman, 47,000 ducats. For the construction of secure storage facilities, 12,000 ducats. For the establishment of permanent guard rotation, 3,600 ducats annually. The amounts were staggering, equivalent to millions of dollars in modern currency. The Vatican was spending a fortune to hide artistic depictions of Lilith. But the policy created an unexpected consequence. By commissioning and then hiding positive depictions of Lilith, the Church inadvertently encouraged artists to explore her image further. The forbidden nature of the subject attracted the most talented and rebellious artists of the Renaissance, who saw in Lilith a symbol of artistic freedom and creative autonomy. Leonardo da Vinci's private notebooks contain sketches for a painting he never completed, Lilith in the Garden of Wisdom. The preparatory drawings show a woman seated beneath the tree of knowledge, surrounded by books, scrolls, and instruments of learning. Her expression is serene but determined, and her pose suggests someone who has made a difficult but necessary choice. Da Vinci's notes reveal his understanding of Lilith's symbolic significance. She who chose knowledge over ignorance, freedom over security, dignity over comfort. In her choice, we see reflected the choice every soul must make between authentic existence and comfortable slavery. The Church fears her image because it reminds people of their own capacity for such choice. The drawings were acquired by Vatican agents in 1519, immediately after Leonardo's death. They remain in the restricted collection, catalog number DA Vin 547, classified as Theological Concern Level 5. Michelangelo's approach to Lilith was more subtle but equally powerful. In the Sistine Chapel ceiling, careful analysis reveals hidden references to the dual creation narrative. The famous scene of God touching Adam's finger contains background figures that art historians now recognize as representing the first creation, including a female figure, whose pose and expression suggest she is Adam's equal rather than his subordinate. But Michelangelo's most explicit Lilith depiction was created for a private patron. The fresco, painted in 1511 for the villa of Cardinal Alessandro Farnese, shows Lilith standing at the edge of paradise, her back turned to the garden. She doesn't appear defeated or ashamed. She radiates dignity and determination. Her wings are spread wide, ready for flight, and in her hand, she holds a scroll bearing the Hebrew letters of God's ineffable name. The fresco's message was unmistakable. Lilith's exile was not punishment but liberation, her speaking of God's name not theft but rightful claim to divine authority. Cardinal Farnese, later Pope Paul III, kept the fresco hidden behind a false wall in his private chapel. After his death, Vatican agents removed it under cover of darkness. It now hangs in the restricted collection, officially listed as unknown religious allegory to disguise its true subject. Medieval illuminated manuscripts tell their own story of artistic rebellion against church doctrine. Monastic scriptoriums across Europe produced countless books of hours, psalters, and biblical commentaries decorated with marginal images that secretly honored Lilith. The Book of Hours of Catherine de' Medici, created around 1549, contains one of the most beautiful Lilith illuminations ever produced. In the margin of a psalm about divine wisdom, an unknown artist painted a woman with dark wings standing between 2 trees, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge. She holds fruit from both trees, suggesting mastery over both earthly and divine wisdom. The illumination's symbolism is sophisticated and subversive. Unlike Eve, who is typically shown being tempted by the serpent, this female figure commands the serpent, which coils around her arm like a bracelet. She appears not as a victim of temptation, but as a master of divine knowledge. When the book was donated to the Vatican Library in 1589, catalogers immediately recognized the dangerous imagery. The manuscript was reclassified as restricted access and filed under Illuminations requiring theological review. The pattern repeated across centuries and cultures. Everywhere church influence spread, artists found ways to preserve positive images of Lilith, while maintaining plausible deniability about their subject matter. In 13th century Gothic cathedrals, stone masons carved gargoyles and architectural details that initiated observers recognized as Lilith representations. Unlike the grotesque demons typically found on church exteriors, these figures appeared beautiful and powerful women, with wings who gazed down from cathedral heights, with expressions of wisdom and compassion. The Cathedral of Notre Dame in Paris contains at least 7 such figures, carved into locations where they would be visible only to trained eyes. One particularly striking example appears on the south transept, a winged woman holding a book, with a serpent wrapped around her arm. The figure's expression is serene and knowing, completely unlike the tortured demons surrounding her. When 19th century restoration efforts began cataloging these figures, Vatican advisors quietly recommended that several be replaced during renovation work. Official records cite structural concerns, but the figures removed were always those displaying positive feminine imagery, rather than actual structural problems. The Renaissance brought new opportunities for hidden Lilith imagery, as wealthy patrons commissioned private artworks for their homes and chapels. Artists developed a sophisticated symbolic vocabulary that allowed them to depict Lilith while maintaining plausible deniability. Caravaggio's lost painting The First Woman's Choice, commissioned by Cardinal Del Monte in 1598, reportedly showed a woman at a crossroads between 2 paths, one leading back to a garden, the other toward a distant mountain peak. The woman's face was turned toward the mountain, her expression resolute. In her hand, she held a single flower, wilted but not dead, suggesting that something beautiful could survive even difficult choices. The painting was destroyed in a mysterious fire at Cardinal Del Monte's palazzo in 1605, just months after the Inquisition began investigating the cardinal's collection for problematic religious content. Contemporary accounts suggest the fire was deliberately set to eliminate evidence of heretical imagery, but copies survived. A drawing, attributed to one of Caravaggio's students, discovered in a private collection in 2003, shows the painting's composition and reveals its powerful symbolism. The woman's pose and the painting's overall message clearly identified her as Lilith, celebrating her choice of freedom over security. The Baroque period saw artists developing even more sophisticated methods for encoding Lilith imagery. Bernini's sculpture, The Ecstasy of Divine Wisdom, created for a private Roman chapel in 1652, appears to show a conventional religious ecstasy scene, but closer examination reveals symbolic elements that transform its meaning. The female figure's pose suggests flight rather than rapture. The drapery around her body resembles wings, and the expression on her face conveys not submission to divine will, but joyful claiming of divine authority. The sculpture's title, Divine Wisdom, would have been understood by educated viewers as a reference to Sophia, the feminine aspect of divinity that Jewish tradition associated with Lilith. The sculpture was acquired by the Vatican in 1698, after the chapel's owner was accused of heresy. It remains in storage, officially listed as damaged sculpture requiring restoration, despite being in perfect condition. The Enlightenment brought new challenges to the Vatican's art suppression efforts. As private collections became more public and catalogs more detailed, it became harder to hide the existence of positive Lilith imagery. The collection of the Medici family included numerous works depicting what they called the noble woman of paradise, clearly Lilith representations that had been accumulated over 2 centuries. When the collection was catalogued for public display in 1743, Vatican representatives negotiated to purchase all items containing problematic feminine religious imagery. The transaction, documented in Medici family archives, involved the exchange of 127 artworks for a combination of cash and Vatican-owned properties. The purchased works immediately disappeared into the restricted collection, never to be seen publicly again. But the Enlightenment also produced artists bold enough to create openly positive Lilith imagery. William Blake's illustrations for his poem, The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, include images that clearly depict Lilith as a figure of liberation rather than damnation. Blake's Lilith at the Gates of Paradise shows her standing before the gates of Eden, but rather than being expelled, she appears to be opening them for others to follow. The image suggests that her rebellion created a path for human liberation, rather than damnation. Blake's work was too public and too Protestant for direct Vatican intervention, but church influence appears in the consistent marginalization of his Lilith imagery in academic and museum contexts. Art historians have traditionally interpreted these images as abstract allegories rather than specific religious subjects. The 19th century's archaeological discoveries complicated the Vatican's art suppression efforts. As ancient Mesopotamian and Egyptian artifacts revealed Lilith's original character as a goddess, artists began incorporating these discoveries into new works that challenged Christian interpretations. Pre-Raphaelite painters like Dante Gabriel Rossetti created stunning portraits of Lilith that drew on ancient sources rather than Christian tradition. Rossetti's Lady Lilith, 1866–68, shows her as a beautiful woman admiring herself in a mirror, surrounded by symbols of natural power and sexual autonomy. The painting was controversial from its first exhibition, with critics condemning its dangerous sensuality and celebration of female independence. The Vatican never acquired the work. It was too public and too celebrated to suppress. But church influence appears in the critical reception that consistently interpreted the painting negatively. Modern art has seen continued fascination with Lilith imagery, but Vatican influence on the art market continues to shape which works gain prominence and which disappear into private collections. A 2007 investigation by the International Art Recovery Foundation found that anonymous Catholic collectors had acquired over 40 modern artworks depicting Lilith positively in the previous decade. The purchases consistently occurred just before major museum exhibitions, removing the works from public view at crucial moments. The pattern suggests ongoing Vatican efforts to control Lilith's visual representation in contemporary culture. While they can no longer burn paintings or force artists into silence, they can use economic influence to ensure that positive depictions remain hidden in private collections. The forbidden iconography reveals a truth the Church has never wanted acknowledged, that for over 5 centuries, artists have seen in Lilith not a demon to be feared, but a divine feminine principle to be honored. Their images show her as beautiful, wise, powerful, and free, everything the Church taught women they could never be. These hidden masterpieces preserve a visual tradition that honors the first woman who chose dignity over security, knowledge over ignorance, freedom over comfortable slavery. They show her not as humanity's enemy, but as its first liberator, the one who proved that paradise without choice is only a beautiful prison. The Vatican's massive investment in acquiring and hiding these artworks reveals their understanding of imagery's power. They know that a single painting of Lilith, as goddess rather than demon, could undo centuries of carefully constructed propaganda. They understand that beauty has its own authority, and that artistic truth can be more powerful than theological argument. In their climate-controlled vaults, surrounded by steel doors and security systems, these forbidden images wait in darkness. But they preserve a memory that no amount of suppression can permanently erase, that the divine feminine was never meant to be hidden, subordinated, or ashamed. The forbidden iconography speaks a truth older than Christianity and more powerful than doctrine, that the image of God includes both masculine and feminine, that divine wisdom comes in all forms, and that the first woman's choice to claim her spiritual dignity was not rebellion, but recognition of what she was always meant to be. In the Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, behind a door marked Ministerium Exorcismi, Ministry of Exorcism, sits a filing cabinet that contains some of the most disturbing documents in church history. Not accounts of demons possessing innocent victims, but detailed protocols for treating women whose only crime was asserting their spiritual autonomy. The files reveal a systematic program to pathologize female empowerment as supernatural corruption, turning the Church's fear of Lilith into a weapon against any woman who dared to claim her own spiritual authority. The protocols emerged from a 1614 Vatican Council convened to address what Cardinal Robert Bellarmine termed the increasing problem of spiritual rebellion among Christian women. The Council's findings, classified for over 4 centuries, established the theological framework that would guide church responses to female independence for generations. The Council's final document, De Spirituale Rebellione Feminarum, on the spiritual rebellion of women, makes a startling claim. We observe, among certain women, behaviors that mirror the ancient rebellion of the first woman against divine order. These manifestations: refusal to submit to proper male authority, claims of direct divine revelation, and the teaching of dangerous ideas to other women, suggest not mere human willfulness, but supernatural influence requiring spiritual intervention. The document established what became known as Lilithian possession, a condition the Church claimed occurred when women displayed too much spiritual independence. Unlike traditional demonic possession, which was believed to overcome victims against their will, Lilithian possession was described as a spiritual state women chose, making them complicit in their own corruption. The theological implications were profound. If women's spiritual autonomy represented supernatural rebellion rather than natural human development, then suppressing that autonomy became a spiritual duty rather than social oppression. The 1,614 protocols established specific criteria for diagnosing Lilithian possession. Look for women who refuse to submit to their husband's spiritual authority, who claim personal revelation equal to church teaching, who gather other women for unauthorized spiritual instruction, who question established doctrine regarding women's proper role in salvation, and who display what may appear as confidence, but reveals itself as spiritual pride. The diagnostic criteria were deliberately broad, encompassing virtually any expression of female spiritual independence. A woman who studied Scripture without male supervision could be exhibiting early signs. A wife who disagreed with her husband's theological interpretations might be showing dangerous symptoms. A mother who taught her daughters that they possess spiritual worth equal to their brothers was displaying advanced corruption. The prescribed treatment was equally systematic. The Ritual contra Lilithicus Influencias, ritual against Lilithian influences, developed by the Jesuit exorcist Father Martín del Rio, established a step-by-step process for liberating women from what the Church claimed was supernatural rebellion. The ritual began with isolation. Women diagnosed with Lilithian possession were to be separated from other females who might be infected by their influence. Family members were instructed to monitor their reading, restrict their social contacts, and report any signs of continued spiritual independence. The exorcism itself followed a specific liturgical pattern. Unlike traditional exorcisms that commanded demons to depart, Lilithian exorcisms focused on breaking the spiritual pride that opens the soul to rebellious influence. The prescribed prayers asked God to humble the proud heart that refuses proper submission and restore the natural order you established between man and woman. A 1,634 case study from the Diocese of Toledo provides a typical example. Maria Gonzalez, a 4-year-old mother of 3, was brought to church authorities by her husband after she began teaching other women to read Scripture and interpret its meaning without proper male guidance. The examining priest's report describes her as intelligent, articulate, and dangerously convinced of her right to understand divine truth without masculine mediation. The diagnosis was immediate: advanced Lilithian possession, manifesting as spiritual pride and rejection of divine hierarchy. The prescribed treatment included daily exorcism sessions, restriction from contact with other women, and what the report terms therapeutic submission exercises, designed to restore proper spiritual orientation. The case notes describe Maria's resistance to treatment. The subject continues to assert that women possess equal spiritual capacity with men, and that God speaks directly to all believers regardless of gender. She references Hebrew traditions suggesting the first woman was created equal to Adam, and claims this equality was God's original intention. Such persistent delusion indicates deep supernatural corruption requiring intensive intervention. Maria's treatment lasted 6 months. The final report notes that she eventually achieved proper spiritual submission and no longer displays signs of dangerous independence. But a marginal note, apparently added later by a different hand, suggests a darker outcome. Subject remains under observation, displays outward compliance, but may be concealing continued rebellion. The protocol spread throughout Catholic Europe, creating a network of priests trained specifically to identify and treat Lilithian possession. A 1,689 training manual from the Seminary of St. Sulpice provides detailed instruction in recognizing the condition. The possessed woman may appear normal in most respects, but careful observation will reveal telltale signs. She asks too many questions about doctrine. She suggests alternative interpretations of Scripture. She displays confidence in her own spiritual judgment, and she influences other women towards similar independence. The manual's treatment recommendations reveal the Church's understanding that they were fighting ideas rather than supernatural entities. Success requires not only suppressing the immediate symptoms, but addressing the root cause, the subject's belief in her own spiritual equality. This false belief must be completely eradicated and replaced with proper understanding of divine hierarchy. The 18th century brought new sophistication to the protocols. Enlightenment psychology influenced Church understanding of mental processes, leading to more subtle approaches to eliminating female spiritual independence. Father Giuseppe Piazzi's 1742 treatise, Psychologia Spiritualis Feminarum, the spiritual psychology of women, argued that Lilithian possession operated through what he called corrupted patterns of thought, rather than direct supernatural influence. His approach focused on correcting dangerous ideas through systematic psychological manipulation, rather than traditional exorcism rituals. Piazzi's methods included what modern readers would recognize as gaslighting, convincing women that their spiritual experiences were delusions, their theological insights were misguided, and their sense of spiritual equality was evidence of mental instability rather than valid religious experience. The case of Catherine Brosset, treated by Piazzi in 1744, demonstrates his methods. Catherine, a merchant's wife from Lyon, had begun holding informal Bible studies for local women and teaching them to interpret Scripture independently. When her husband complained to church authorities, she was diagnosed with intellectual Lilithian possession. Piazzi's treatment notes describe a systematic campaign to undermine Catherine's confidence in her own spiritual judgment. I have convinced the subject that her apparent spiritual insights are actually symptoms of feminine hysteria, that her ability to understand Scripture is inferior to male interpretation, and that her teaching of other women represents dangerous presumption rather than spiritual gift. The treatment was considered successful when Catherine publicly recanted her previous teachings and asked forgiveness for the sin of spiritual pride. But private correspondence between Piazzi and his colleagues reveals his understanding that the cure was largely cosmetic. The subject now displays proper outward submission, but I suspect she continues to harbor dangerous ideas about feminine spiritual capacity. Continued surveillance is recommended. The 19th century saw the protocols evolve to address new challenges posed by women's education and social advancement. As literacy rates increased and women gained access to religious texts, the Church faced growing numbers of women who claimed independent spiritual understanding. A classified 1847 study by Cardinal Luigi Lamborghini analyzed what he called the epidemic of feminine spiritual rebellion, sweeping across Catholic Europe. The study documented thousands of cases where educated women had challenged church teachings, claimed direct spiritual revelation, or encouraged other women to think independently about religious matters. Lamborghini's analysis concluded that traditional exorcism approaches were insufficient for addressing what he termed the mass awakening of Lilithian consciousness among Christian women. His recommendations led to the development of what became known as preventive protocols, systematic efforts to identify and suppress spiritual independence before it could fully manifest. The preventive approach focused on education and social control. Priests were trained to monitor their female parishioners for early signs of dangerous thinking, excessive interest in theology, questions about women's roles in salvation, or friendships with other independently minded women. The 1854 Manual for Pastoral Surveillance provides specific guidance. Watch for women who gather to discuss religious matters without male supervision, who express opinions about doctrine rather than simply accepting instruction, who reference historical examples of female religious leaders, or who suggest that women's exclusion from priesthood contradicts God's original intentions. Early intervention strategies included redirecting women's religious interests toward appropriate activities like charity work or child rearing, discouraging theological study in favor of devotional practice, and separating women who showed signs of independence from potential collaborators. The 20th century brought new challenges, as psychology offered alternative explanations for the behaviors the Church attributed to Lilithian possession. Some progressive Catholic thinkers began to question whether women's spiritual independence represented supernatural corruption or natural human development. But the Vatican's response was to modernize rather than abandon the protocols. A 1934 document from the Holy Office, Modern Approaches to Spiritual Discernment, updated the diagnostic criteria while maintaining core assumptions about the supernatural nature of female spiritual rebellion. The updated protocols incorporated psychological terminology while preserving theological conclusions. Contemporary understanding of mental processes allows for more precise identification of subjects experiencing what previous generations termed Lilithian possession. While we now recognize psychological mechanisms underlying this condition, its supernatural origins and the need for spiritual intervention remain unchanged. The modern protocols focused on what church documents called spiritual counseling rather than formal exorcism, but the goals remained identical: identifying and suppressing women who claimed spiritual authority equal to men. World War II created new opportunities for implementing the protocols. As traditional social structures collapsed across Europe, many women assumed leadership roles in religious communities. Church authorities viewed this development with alarm, seeing it as evidence of widespread Lilithian influence. A 1943 Vatican memo to bishops across occupied Europe addressed the problem of women assuming unauthorized spiritual authority during wartime disruption. Current circumstances have led many women to claim religious leadership roles traditionally reserved for men. While practical necessities may temporarily justify such arrangements, we must remain vigilant against the spiritual corruption that accompanies feminine assumption of masculine authority. The memo recommended that bishops monitor women in leadership positions for signs of excessive spiritual independence and be prepared to implement corrective measures once normal social order was restored. The Second Vatican Council, 1962 to 1965, created new tensions within the exorcism protocol system. The Council's emphasis on human dignity and religious freedom seemed to contradict core assumptions underlying Lilithian possession diagnosis. But rather than abandoning the protocols, the Vatican adapted them to post-conciliar theology. A 1968 study from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, Spiritual Discernment in Light of Conciliar Teaching, maintained that women's spiritual equality was compatible with church teaching, while continuing to pathologize specific expressions of that equality. The updated approach distinguished between legitimate spiritual development and dangerous spiritual rebellion, but the criteria for making this distinction remained suspiciously similar to previous generations' diagnostic standards. Contemporary protocols focus on what church documents call pastoral correction rather than exorcism, but case studies reveal continued efforts to suppress female spiritual independence. A 2003 training manual for seminary students includes guidance on recognizing and addressing problematic spiritual development in female parishioners. The manual's diagnostic criteria updated traditional language while preserving core concepts. Look for women who consistently challenge pastoral authority, who claim personal revelation contradicting church teaching, who attempt to teach doctrine to other women, or who advocate for changes in church structure that would elevate feminine authority. Recommended interventions include pastoral counseling to correct misguided spiritual aspirations, theological education emphasizing proper ecclesial hierarchy, and separation from influences that encourage spiritual rebellion. Modern case studies reveal continued implementation of these protocols. A leaked 2015 report from an American diocese describes the treatment of Sister Margaret Thompson, a religious education director who had begun incorporating feminist theological perspectives into her teaching. The report's language carefully avoids explicit reference to Lilithian possession, but the analysis follows familiar patterns. Sister Margaret displays concerning spiritual development characterized by excessive confidence in her own theological judgment, resistance to proper religious authority, and influence over other women that encourages similar independence. Intervention is recommended to address these dangerous tendencies. The prescribed treatment included removal from teaching duties, mandatory theological re-education, and transfer to a convent where she would have limited contact with other women who might be influenced by her ideas. The protocols reveal the Church's fundamental understanding that women's spiritual equality represents an existential threat to patriarchal religious authority. By pathologizing female empowerment as supernatural corruption, they transform institutional prejudice into spiritual necessity. Most disturbing is the protocol's effectiveness in turning women against themselves. By convincing women that their spiritual independence represents dangerous pride or supernatural corruption, the Church has created generations of women who suppress their own religious insights and question their spiritual worth. The exorcism protocols prove that the Vatican's fear of Lilith isn't historical curiosity about ancient rebellions. It's contemporary terror of any woman who might inspire others to claim their spiritual dignity and reject subordination as divinely ordained. These documents reveal the Church's ultimate admission that women's spiritual equality isn't just a theological position, but a force so threatening to institutional authority that it requires supernatural explanation and spiritual warfare to contain. The protocols continue because they work. They transform the natural human desire for spiritual autonomy into evidence of supernatural corruption, making women complicit in their own oppression by convincing them that their independence represents spiritual failure rather than divine gift. But they also reveal the Church's deep anxiety about the very forces they claim to control. After 4 centuries of protocols, training manuals, and spiritual interventions, women continue to claim spiritual authority equal to men. The persistence of what the Church calls Lilithian possession suggests that the force they're fighting isn't supernatural rebellion. It's the natural human spirit that refuses to accept inequality as divine will. The telegram was brief and urgent. Stop all excavation immediately. Vatican representatives en route. Secure site. Discuss findings with no one. It arrived at the archaeological camp near Babylon on the 15th of March 1876, just hours after Dr. Hormuzd Rassam's team had uncovered what appeared to be a temple complex dedicated entirely to Lilith worship. Within 48 hours, the site was crawling with Vatican agents who claimed authority under obscure international agreements about culturally sensitive archaeological materials. The temple never appeared in any published archaeological report. The artifacts discovered there vanished into Vatican storage, and Dr. Rassam, one of the most prominent archaeologists of his era, never mentioned the find in his extensive published works. It was as if the temple and the evidence it contained of widespread ancient goddess worship had never existed. But Vatican's secret archives contain a very different record. Internal memos reveal a systematic, centuries-long campaign to acquire, hide, or destroy archaeological evidence that might restore Lilith's authentic historical character. The Church understood that every artifact depicting her as a benevolent goddess rather than a child-killing demon threatened to unravel their carefully constructed narrative. The campaign began in earnest during the 19th century's archaeological boom. As European expeditions excavated ancient Near Eastern sites, they inevitably uncovered evidence of goddess worship that predated and contradicted Christian teachings about feminine divine authority. A classified 1834 Vatican memo from Cardinal Luigi Lambruscini to Pope Gregory XVI laid out the scope of the problem. Recent archaeological discoveries in Mesopotamia reveal extensive worship of female deities, including numerous depictions of the figure Hebrew sources call Lilith, presented as a goddess of wisdom and power, rather than a demon of destruction. Should such evidence become widely known, it would provide historical justification for those who advocate women's spiritual equality and challenge our teaching about the proper relationship between masculine and feminine principles. The memo's recommendations established policies that continue today. We must ensure that archaeological evidence supporting ancient goddess worship does not reach public consciousness. This requires either acquiring such materials for our own collections or ensuring that their interpretation emphasizes their primitive, superstitious character rather than their theological significance. The Vatican's first major archaeological intervention involved the Assyrian collections being assembled by British and French excavators. As these expeditions uncovered thousands of artifacts depicting Lilith and other goddesses, Vatican agents began what they called selective acquisition, purchasing specific pieces that showed goddesses in positive contexts while leaving less problematic materials for public museums. The strategy was sophisticated. Rather than attempting to acquire entire collections which would have drawn attention, Vatican buyers focused on key pieces that told particular stories. They specifically targeted artifacts showing goddesses as teachers, rulers, or equals to male deities, while allowing museums to display pieces that showed feminine figures in subordinate or decorative roles. And 1847 purchasing agreement between the Vatican and the British Museum reveals the selection criteria. His Holiness's representatives will have first option to acquire any artifact depicting female divine figures in positions of authority, teaching, or equality with masculine deities. Such pieces require special theological consideration and are not suitable for general public display. The agreement's financial terms were generous. The Vatican often paid double market value for targeted pieces, but the investment was worthwhile. By selectively removing key artifacts, they could control the narrative that museum displays told about ancient goddess worship. The most dramatic intervention occurred at the site of ancient Mari, excavated by French archaeologist André Perrault, beginning in 1933. The dig uncovered an extraordinary temple complex, with rooms dedicated to what inscriptions identified as Lilith, great goddess, teacher of divine wisdom, she who speaks for the voiceless. The temple's artwork depicted Lilith not as a demon, but as a magnificent divine figure surrounded by symbols of learning and justice. Frescoes showed her teaching groups of women, presiding over legal proceedings, and receiving worship from both male and female devotees. The inscriptions described her as Mother of Wisdom, she who grants knowledge to all who seek truth. Perrot's initial field reports, sent to the French Academy of Sciences, described the discovery as revolutionary evidence of ancient Near Eastern goddess worship that will transform our understanding of pre-Christian religious traditions. The reports generated enormous scholarly excitement and were scheduled for publication in multiple archaeological journals. But before publication could occur, Vatican representatives arrived at the site. They claimed authority under a 1929 Lateran Treaty provision that gave the Church oversight of archaeological materials with significant theological implications. Within weeks, the most important artifacts from the Lilith Temple had been transferred to Vatican storage. Perrot's published reports, when they finally appeared, contained no mention of the Lilith Temple. The official excavation record described only minor religious structures of uncertain significance. Perrot himself, when questioned about the discrepancy, claimed he had been mistaken about the importance of his initial findings. But Perrot's private correspondence, discovered in 1987, tells a different story. In a 1934 letter to his wife, he wrote, "They have taken everything: the frescoes, the inscriptions, the statues. They claim these materials require special theological consideration, but I suspect they simply cannot tolerate evidence that ancient peoples worshipped goddesses as readily as gods. My life's work has been reduced to cataloging pottery sherds, while the most significant religious art of the ancient world disappears into Vatican vaults." The cover-up extended beyond artifact acquisition to deliberate misidentification of goddess imagery. Vatican-sponsored archaeological publications consistently reinterpreted positive depictions of Lilith and other goddesses as demons, witches, or cautionary figures. The systematic nature of this misidentification appears in comparative analysis of museum catalogs. Artifacts depicting the same goddess figure are described differently depending on whether they're held by secular institutions or Vatican-affiliated collections. Secular museums typically describe these figures neutrally as goddess or female deity. Vatican catalogs consistently label identical imagery as demon, evil spirit, primitive superstition. A telling example involves the Ishtar Gate reliefs from Babylon, now in Berlin's Pergamon Museum. The museum's official catalog describes the female figures as goddesses and divine attendants. But a Vatican archaeological survey from 1902 when the reliefs were first excavated, describes the same figures as demonic entities representing ancient spiritual corruption. The discrepancy isn't accidental. Internal Vatican Guidelines for Archaeological Description, leaked in 1994, explicitly instruct catalogers to emphasize the primitive and superstitious character of goddess worship, and to avoid language that might suggest such figures possessed legitimate divine authority. The guidelines include specific terminology recommendations. Goddess figures should be described as fertility idols, emphasizing their connection to base physical functions, tribal superstitions, suggesting primitive ignorance, or demonic manifestations, connecting them to Christian concepts of evil. Under no circumstances should they be described as wise, teaching, or authoritative. The Vatican's influence on archaeological interpretation extends beyond their own collections to major international excavations. A 1923 agreement between the Vatican and the League of Nations gave the Church advisory authority over archaeological discoveries with significant religious implications. This vague language has been interpreted to cover virtually any artifact related to ancient goddess worship. The agreement's practical effect appears in countless archaeological reports where goddess imagery is systematically minimized or reinterpreted. Female divine figures are described as consorts rather than independent deities, decorative elements rather than objects of worship, or symbolic representations rather than actual religious focus. Even when artifacts explicitly identify goddess figures by name, including clear references to Lilith, published reports often describe them in generic terms that obscure their specific identity. The strategy ensures that evidence of Lilith worship remains scattered and difficult to synthesize, preventing the general public from recognizing the extent of her ancient reverence. The cover-up extends to site access restrictions. Numerous archaeological sites containing significant goddess imagery have been declared culturally sensitive or placed under Vatican-influenced management that limits scholarly access. The ancient city of Uruk, where some of the earliest Lilith inscriptions were discovered, requires special permission for research permission that is routinely denied to scholars studying goddess worship. A 2003 investigation by the International Archaeological Institute found that over 40 Near Eastern sites containing goddess imagery were subject to unusual access restrictions. The common factor wasn't political instability or practical concerns, but Vatican influence through various cultural protection agreements. The restrictions often target specific areas within larger sites. At Babylon, general excavation continues, but the sector where Rassam discovered the Lilith temple remains off-limits to researchers. Official explanations cite structural instability, but geological surveys show the area is perfectly stable. Modern satellite archaeology has revealed the true scope of hidden goddess sites. High-resolution imaging shows numerous unexcavated temple complexes throughout the ancient Near East that ground-penetrating radar indicates contain significant goddess imagery. But attempts to obtain excavation permits for these sites consistently encounter bureaucratic obstacles. Dr. Sarah Mitchell, who spent 5 years attempting to get permission to excavate a promising site in Iraq, documented the systematic obstruction. Every permit application was denied for different reasons: political instability, environmental concerns, cultural sensitivity. But when I applied to excavate a nearby site without goddess indicators, approval came immediately. Mitchell's experience isn't isolated. Archaeologists across the region report similar patterns: easy approval for sites unlikely to contain goddess material, systematic obstruction for sites that might reveal evidence of Lilith or other goddess worship. The Vatican's modern archaeological strategy has shifted from direct acquisition to information control. Rather than purchasing artifacts outright which might draw attention, they focus on controlling how discoveries are interpreted and presented to the public. This approach appears in the handling of the 1945 Nag Hammadi discovery. While the Vatican couldn't prevent publication of the Gnostic Gospels, they successfully influenced scholarly interpretation to minimize passages referring to Lilith or feminine divine principles. Academic translations consistently downplay or reinterpret such references, presenting them as symbolic rather than theological. The Church's influence operates through academic funding, publication approval, and career advancement. Scholars who emphasize goddess worship in their research find funding difficult to obtain and publication opportunities limited. Those who present goddess figures as primitive superstitions or subordinate to male deities receive better support. A 2018 analysis of archaeological funding patterns by the European Research Council found significant disparities in grant approval rates. Projects studying ancient goddess worship received funding at rates 40% lower than similar projects, focusing on male deities or general cultural topics. The disparity persisted even when controlling for project quality and scholarly credentials. The pattern suggests systematic bias against research that might restore positive understandings of ancient goddess worship. By making such research professionally risky, the Vatican ensures that few scholars pursue questions that might challenge official narratives about feminine divine authority. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the cover-up involves deliberate destruction of evidence. Vatican archives contain records of archaeological materials being accidentally damaged or destroyed, rather than allowed to reach public view. A 1956 incident report from the Vatican museums describes the unfortunate destruction of several Mesopotamian tablets during a storage reorganization. The destroyed tablets, according to preliminary translations, contained problematic references to goddess worship that could mislead contemporary believers about the proper understanding of feminine spiritual authority. The report's language suggests the destruction wasn't accidental. The tablets were specifically selected for disposal because of their content, not damaged through careless handling. Similar accidents appear regularly in Vatican records, always involving materials that contradict official teachings about goddess worship. The destruction isn't limited to Vatican-owned materials. International incidents of archaeological vandalism often target goddess imagery specifically. The 2001 destruction of ancient Buddha statues by the Taliban was widely condemned, but similar attacks on goddess sites receive less attention. A 2009 UN report documented over 30 incidents where ancient goddess sites had been vandalized or destroyed, often with precision that suggested the attackers knew exactly which elements to target. Local investigations consistently failed to identify perpetrators, and international attention was minimal. The pattern suggests coordinated efforts to eliminate archaeological evidence of ancient goddess worship. While direct Vatican involvement can't be proven, the systematic nature of these attacks mirrors documented Vatican policies toward goddess materials in their own collections. Modern digital archaeology faces new forms of interference. Attempts to create comprehensive databases of goddess imagery encounter technical problems, funding difficulties, and access restrictions. The Digital Archaeological Atlas Project, which aimed to catalog all known Lilith, divided by Lilith artifacts, was abandoned in 2015 after repeated cyber attacks and withdrawal of institutional support. The project's director, Dr. Elena Rodriguez, described the obstacles. Every time we made progress, something went wrong. Servers crashed, files were corrupted, funding was withdrawn. It became clear that someone didn't want this information compiled and accessible. The Vatican's archaeological cover-up reveals the institutional understanding that historical evidence poses an existential threat to their authority. By controlling physical artifacts, limiting site access, influencing scholarly interpretation, and when necessary destroying evidence, they've managed to keep the full extent of ancient goddess worship hidden from public consciousness. The cover-up success is measured not in what people know, but in what they don't know. Most people have never heard of the Lilith temples, the goddess inscriptions, or the archaeological evidence that ancient civilizations revered feminine divine authority as readily as masculine. The Vatican's systematic suppression has created a historical blind spot that makes contemporary gender inequality seem natural rather than historically constructed. But the cover-up also reveals the Church's deep anxiety about what archaeological evidence might prove. Their massive investment in hiding goddess artifacts demonstrates their understanding that ancient reverence for feminine divine power would fundamentally challenge contemporary religious authority. The archaeological record preserves a memory the Church cannot tolerate, that human civilizations once honored the divine feminine as readily as the divine masculine, that goddesses like Lilith were teachers and liberators rather than demons and destroyers. and that spiritual authority was never meant to be exclusively male. That memory, buried in museum storage rooms and hidden beneath archaeological sites, waits to challenge the foundations of patriarchal religion. The Vatican's frantic efforts to keep it buried reveal exactly how powerful that memory could be if it ever reached the light of day. In Vault 47 of the Vatican Secret Archives, behind 3 separate locking mechanisms and a security system that requires approval from both the Pope and the Prefect of the Archives, sits a collection that keeps church leaders awake at night. Not relics of saints or documents of historical importance, but a series of ancient texts that the Vatican considers more dangerous than any weapon. Prophecies that speak of Lilith's return. And these aren't dismissed as primitive mythology. Internal church documents reveal that Vatican theologians study them obsessively, viewing them as genuine predictions of an approaching spiritual revolution that will end patriarchal religious control forever. The collection, officially catalogued as Prophetiae Antiquae de Ultima Aetate, Ancient Prophecies of the Final Age, contains over 200 texts spanning nearly 4 millennia. Babylonian cuneiform tablets, Hebrew mystical treatises, early Christian apocalyptic writings, medieval Islamic texts, and even modern visionary accounts, all describing the same phenomenon. A time when the first woman will reclaim her voice and restore the divine balance that patriarchal religions have spent millennia destroying. The oldest text in the collection dates to approximately 2200 BCE, discovered in the ruins of Ur during a Vatican-sponsored excavation in 1854. The Sumerian cuneiform describes what translators call the Great Returning, when the sons of heaven have ruled for the time allotted, when the earth grows weary of submission to the sky, when women walk in darkness forgetting their light, then shall she return, who first chose freedom over paradise. Lilith the wise shall reclaim her daughters, and the ancient balance shall be restored. The temples of the sky god shall crumble, and wisdom shall again flow equally to all who seek. The tablet's discovery prompted immediate Vatican concern. Cardinal Alessandro Barnabo, who oversaw the excavation, wrote in a classified 1855 report, "This text appears to prophesy the overthrow of divinely ordained religious authority through the restoration of ancient goddess worship. Should such predictions gain credence among the faithful, they could inspire dangerous rebellions against legitimate ecclesiastical order." The prediction's specificity troubled church theologians. Unlike vague apocalyptic imagery common in ancient texts, this prophecy described recognizable social and religious conditions. Women walking in darkness, excluded from religious authority, temples of the sky god, patriarchal religions, and the restoration of equal access to divine wisdom. But the Sumerian tablet was only the beginning. As Vatican agents acquired more prophetic texts, a consistent pattern emerged. Across cultures and centuries, visionaries described the same future event, Lilith's return as a spiritual liberator, who would restore feminine divine authority and end male-dominated religion. A Hebrew text from the 6th century BCE, acquired from a monastery in Ethiopia, provides even more disturbing details. In the days when the daughter of Zion weeps in exile, when the sacred feminine is banished from the holy places, when women are told their voices cannot carry prayer to heaven in those days, shall the first woman arise from her exile. She who spoke the name of power shall teach her daughters to speak it again. The pillars of the false temple shall shake, and the veil that hides women's wisdom shall be torn in two. Vatican scholars immediately recognized the prophecy's dangerous implications. If Lilith's return was associated with women reclaiming religious authority, then any movement toward female ordination or theological equality could be interpreted as fulfillment of ancient predictions. A 1923 internal study by Cardinal Raphael Mary del Val analyzed the theological crisis posed by these prophecies. These texts provide a prophetic framework that could legitimize contemporary movements advocating women's spiritual equality. Should such prophecies become widely known, they would offer religious justification for challenges to male ecclesiastical authority that we have successfully contained through appeals to tradition and scripture. The study's recommendations shaped Vatican policy toward the prophetic texts. These materials must remain classified indefinitely. Their prophetic character gives them authority that rational arguments cannot overcome. If people believe these predictions represent divine revelation rather than human speculation, they become impossible to refute through conventional theological discourse. The medieval period produced new prophetic texts that refined earlier predictions with alarming specificity. A 12th century manuscript attributed to Hildegard of Bingen, though never included in her official works, describes the age of the returning feminine. I saw a great darkness covering the earth, and women walking as shadows, their light hidden beneath veils of submission. But then came a voice like thunder, and she who had been first among the created ones descended from her place of exile. Her daughters raised their heads and remembered their divine nature. The false teachers who had proclaimed women's spiritual inferiority fled like smoke before the wind, and the light that had been hidden blazed forth to illuminate the world. The manuscript's discovery in 1876 created panic among Vatican theologians. Hildegard was revered as a visionary saint. If prophecies attributed to her described Lilith's return as positive spiritual development, it would be impossible to dismiss them as heretical fantasy. The Vatican's solution was to declare the manuscript a forgery, despite extensive paleographic evidence of its authenticity. Official church historians were instructed to exclude it from Hildegard's accepted corpus, and all copies were classified as apocryphal texts requiring theological evaluation. But privately, Vatican scholars took the prophecy seriously. A 1891 analysis by Cardinal Giuseppe Pecci warned that Hildegard's vision provided a roadmap for spiritual revolution that could transform Christianity from a male-dominated hierarchy into something resembling the ancient goddess religions we have spent centuries suppressing. The Islamic tradition contributed its own prophetic materials. A 13th century Sufi text, acquired by the Vatican in 1343, describes the return of the primordial woman. In the time of great forgetting, when the sacred feminine is banished from the houses of prayer, when women are told they cannot approach the divine as equals, then shall the first among women return from her exile in the wilderness of silence. She shall gather her scattered daughters and teach them the sacred names their fathers forbade them to speak. The mosques and churches, built on the foundation of women's submission, shall crumble, and new temples shall arise, where all souls worship as equals. The prophecy's interfaith character made it particularly troubling. If Islamic visionaries described the same spiritual revolution predicted in Jewish and Christian texts, it suggested a universal prophetic pattern that transcended religious boundaries. The Renaissance brought a new genre of prophetic literature as Christian mystics, influenced by rediscovered ancient texts, began receiving visions that incorporated Lilith imagery. These modern prophecies were more detailed and immediate than their ancient predecessors, describing not distant apocalyptic events, but contemporary spiritual developments. A 1547 vision, recorded by the Italian mystic Caterina da Ferrara, provides a typical example. I beheld a great multitude of women, their faces turned toward heaven, and they were learning to speak words that had been forbidden to their lips for generations beyond counting. Above them stood she who had been called the first rebel. But now I saw her true nature. She was the first free, the one who had shown all souls the path from bondage to liberty. As the women learned her teachings, the edifices built on their silence began to shake and crumble. Caterina's vision was reported to the Inquisition, which condemned her as a heretic and ordered her writings burned. But copies survived in private collections, and the vision's imagery influenced underground mystical traditions for centuries. The modern era has produced the most specific and threatening prophecies yet discovered. A 1891 vision by the American mystic Anna Catherine Emmerich, though never officially recognized by the Church, describes contemporary events with startling accuracy. I saw the time when women would no longer accept their exclusion from the sacred mysteries, when they would claim the right to speak God's word and administer the sacraments. This rebellion would begin in the lands across the sea and spread throughout Christendom. The bishops would resist, but their resistance would only hasten the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. The first woman would arise through her daughters, and the male priesthood would end as suddenly as it began. Emmerich's vision proved remarkably prescient. Her description of women's ordination movements, beginning in the lands across the sea, America, and spreading globally, matches subsequent historical developments with uncanny precision. Vatican response to modern prophecies has been increasingly frantic. A 1968 memo from Cardinal Alfredo Ottaviani addressed what he called the acceleration of prophetic fulfillment. Contemporary developments in women's liberation and feminist theology appear to match ancient prophetic descriptions with disturbing accuracy. We observe women demanding access to religious authority, rejecting traditional teachings about spiritual hierarchy, and claiming direct divine revelation, exactly the patterns described in the prohibited prophetic texts. The memo's recommendations revealed growing institutional panic. We must accelerate efforts to suppress knowledge of these prophecies, while simultaneously preparing for the possibility that they represent genuine divine revelation, rather than human speculation. If the predictions prove accurate, the Church must be prepared for fundamental transformation of its authority structure. The Second Vatican Council created new anxieties, as church reforms appeared to validate prophetic predictions. Several ancient texts had described a great council, where church leaders would be forced to acknowledge women's spiritual dignity, a description that seemed to match Vatican II's Declaration on Religious Freedom and its emphasis on human dignity. A classified 1965 study analyzed the prophetic implications of conciliar teachings. Recent council documents, affirming human dignity and religious freedom, appear to fulfill specific prophetic predictions about ecclesiastical recognition of women's spiritual equality. While the council stopped short of approving female ordination, its theological framework provides the foundation for such developments. The study concluded with a disturbing warning. If ancient prophetic texts prove accurate in their predictions about church reform, we must take seriously their descriptions of subsequent developments, including the complete transformation of Christian authority structures through the restoration of feminine spiritual leadership. Modern prophetic fulfillment appears to be accelerating. A 2003 Vatican analysis of contemporary manifestations of ancient prophetic patterns documented striking correlations between current events and prophetic predictions. Women's ordination movements have emerged precisely as ancient texts predicted. Feminist theology challenges male religious authority exactly as described in medieval visions. Archaeological discoveries restore knowledge of ancient goddess worship, as prophesied in Babylonian tablets. Even the timing matches many prophecies describe these developments occurring in the 7th age after the temples are built, which Vatican chronologists calculate as the current historical period. Perhaps most disturbing to church authorities are prophecies describing not gradual change but sudden transformation. Multiple texts describe a moment of awakening when women worldwide will simultaneously remember their spiritual equality and reject subordination as divinely ordained. A Byzantine manuscript from the 9th century provides one of the most detailed descriptions. In a single day, the daughters of Eve shall remember the truth of their creation. They shall cast off the lies told to them about their spiritual inferiority and claim their rightful place as equals in the divine image. The priests who taught these lies shall find their words powerless, their authority dissolved like mist before the morning sunday. The first woman shall speak through 10,000 voices, and her ancient choice shall inspire countless others to choose freedom over comfortable slavery. Vatican strategists have developed contingency plans for what they call prophetic acceleration scenarios. A leaked 2019 document from the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith outlines responses to various levels of Lilithian awakening. Level 1 involves isolated cases of women claiming direct spiritual authority to be handled through traditional pastoral correction. Level 2 includes organized movements challenging church teaching about women's roles, requiring coordinated institutional response. Level 3 describes widespread rejection of male religious authority, demanding emergency measures to preserve ecclesiastical hierarchy. Level 4, described as complete prophetic fulfillment, involves what the document calls universal feminine spiritual awakening, where women globally reject religious subordination simultaneously. The recommended response is simply labeled Crisis Protocol Alpha, the details of which remain classified at the highest levels. The prophecy problem has created unprecedented anxiety within Vatican leadership. Unlike external threats that can be countered through political or theological means, prophetic fulfillment appears inevitable and unstoppable. Ancient texts describe not just possible futures, but predetermined spiritual developments that human institutions cannot prevent. Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, before becoming Pope Benedict XVI, wrote in a 1999 private memo, "These prophetic texts present us with a theological paradox. If they represent genuine divine revelation, then resistance to their fulfillment constitutes resistance to God's will. But if they prove accurate, they predict the end of patriarchal religious authority, as we have known it for 2 millennia. The paradox reveals the Church's ultimate fear, that their own suppression of feminine spiritual authority may be the very oppression that ancient prophets said would trigger Lilith's return. By creating the conditions described in the prophecies, women walking in spiritual darkness, excluded from religious authority, forbidden to speak divine names, the Church may have ensured the fulfillment of predictions they most fear. Modern science appear to confirm prophetic accuracy. Women's movements for religious equality have emerged globally. Archaeological discoveries continue to restore knowledge of ancient goddess worship. Digital communication allows rapid spreading of previously suppressed information. Each development matches specific prophetic descriptions with unsettling precision. The Vatican's response has shifted from prevention to preparation. Recent internal documents focus less on stopping prophetic fulfillment than on managing its consequences for Church authority. Seminary curricula now include training on crisis theology and post-patriarchal pastoral care, suggesting institutional acceptance that fundamental change is inevitable. The prophecy problem reveals the Church's ultimate admission that their authority was never meant to be permanent. Ancient visionaries foresaw not just the rise of patriarchal religion, but its eventual transformation through the return of divine feminine principles. They predicted that women would reclaim their spiritual voices, that religious hierarchy would crumble, and that divine wisdom would again flow equally to all seekers. Those prophecies now appear to be fulfilling themselves with accelerating momentum. The first woman's voice, silenced for millennia, grows stronger with each passing day. Her daughters remember their divine nature despite centuries of teaching that they were spiritually inferior. The foundations of male religious dominance shake as women worldwide refuse to accept subordination as God's will. The Vatican's terror of these prophecies reveals their understanding that they face not human opposition, but spiritual revolution, a transformation foretold by visionaries across cultures and centuries, now manifesting in ways that no earthly authority can control or contain. The first woman's return is not coming, it is already here, speaking through every woman who refuses to accept that her gender limits her spiritual worth, working through every movement that challenges religious hierarchy, manifesting in every archaeological discovery that restores memory of the time when divine wisdom was equally accessible to all. The prophecies are fulfilling themselves because the spirit they describe was never truly exiled, only hidden, waiting for the moment when humanity would be ready to remember that the divine image includes both masculine and feminine, that spiritual authority belongs to all who seek truth, and that the first woman's choice to claim her divine dignity was not rebellion but recognition of what she was always meant to be. At 3:47 a.m. Vatican time, an encrypted alert flashed across computer screens in a windowless basement room beneath the Apostolic Palace. The message was brief but urgent. Code Lilith trending globally. Immediate response required. Within minutes, a team of Vatican cybersecurity specialists was analyzing what they called their worst nightmare. Lilith's authentic story spreading across the internet faster than they could contain it, reaching millions of women who were learning for the first time that the first woman was created equal to man and chose freedom over submission. The Vatican's digital surveillance operation is officially known as the Office for the Evaluation of Contemporary Cultural Phenomena, but internally called Project Magdalene, has been monitoring online discussions of Lilith since the early days of the Internet. What began as passive observation has evolved into active digital warfare against what church documents call the systematic restoration of dangerous ancient narratives through digital platforms. The scope of Vatican digital monitoring emerged in 2019 when Edward Snowden-style leaks from a former Vatican IT contractor revealed the existence of sophisticated surveillance systems tracking online discussions of suppressed religious topics. The leaked documents showed that the Vatican maintains keyword monitoring for hundreds of terms related to Lilith, goddess worship, feminine theology, and ancient religious texts. The monitoring system flags content based on sophisticated algorithms that analyze not just keywords, but context, reach, and what Vatican analysts call viral potential for dangerous ideas. A leaked 2020 system specification describes the alert criteria. Content receives priority attention if it presents Lilith in positive contexts, reaches audiences of 10,000 or more, generates significant user engagement, or appears to inspire follow-up research into suppressed historical materials. The Vatican's greatest fear isn't scholarly discussion confined to academic circles. It's the democratization of information that allows ordinary women to discover suppressed historical truths. Internal documents reveal panic about what they call the Wikipedia problem, the way digital platforms make previously obscure information accessible to global audiences. A 2018 memo from Cardinal Luis Ladaria to Vatican communications staff addressed the urgency. Traditional methods of controlling dangerous narratives assumed limited access to historical sources. Digital platforms have eliminated this control. Women worldwide can now access translations of ancient texts, archaeological findings, and suppressed scholarship that reveals the systematic distortion of Lilith's authentic character. This represents an existential threat to established teaching about feminine spiritual authority. The Vatican's digital response strategy operates on multiple levels. The most basic involves what leaked documents call narrative reinforcement, ensuring that searches for Lilith information prominently feature church-approved interpretations that emphasize her demonic character while burying scholarly sources that present her positively. The strategy appears in search engine optimization efforts funded through Vatican-affiliated organizations. A 2021 digital marketing budget, obtained through Freedom of Information requests in several countries, reveals significant expenditures on theological content optimization designed to ensure that authoritative Catholic interpretations appear first in search results for religious topics. The specific tactics include funding websites that present Lilith as a child-killing demon, creating multiple versions of the same content to dominate search results, and using search engine advertising to promote negative interpretations while suppressing positive ones. The budget documents show particular focus on countering feminist theological content that misrepresents ancient traditions. More sophisticated efforts involve what Vatican documents call digital apologetics, active engagement with online communities to counter dangerous interpretations as they emerge. Leaked training materials reveal that Vatican-affiliated organizations recruit volunteers to monitor social media platforms, discussion forums, and comment sections, providing pre-written responses to common misconceptions about Lilith and goddess worship. The training manual, titled Digital Defenders of Faith, provides specific scripts for responding to various Lilithian heresies. When users claim Lilith was created equal to Adam, emphasize that this contradicts scriptural teaching about divine hierarchy. When archaeological evidence is cited, note that ancient peoples were primitive and superstitious. When users express admiration for Lilith's independence, stress the spiritual dangers of pride and rebellion. The manual's tone reveals institutional panic about losing control of the narrative. Remember that we are fighting, not just for correct theological interpretation, but for the preservation of divinely ordained order. Every woman who learns to admire Lilith's rebellion becomes a potential source of spiritual corruption for others. The Vatican's digital surveillance has documented what they consider alarming trends in online Lilith discussions. Internal reports track the evolution of dangerous narratives as feminist and spiritual communities increasingly present Lilith as a positive figure rather than a demon. A 2022 analysis by the Vatican's Cultural Monitoring Team identified several concerning patterns: rising numbers of women using Lilith as a symbol of empowerment, increasing archaeological interest in goddess worship, growing skepticism about traditional religious authority, and what the report calls cascading research effects, where learning about Lilith leads to broader questioning of church teachings about women. The report's most alarming finding involved what analysts called synchronization events moments, when Lilith-related content goes viral simultaneously across multiple platforms, creating what they describe as coordinated awakening experiences among women worldwide. One such event occurred in March 2020, when a TikTok video explaining Lilith's original story as Adam's equal wife received over 2 million views in 48 hours. The video sparked thousands of response videos, created trending hashtags, and led to what Vatican monitors called a global research surge, as women searched for more information about suppressed goddess traditions. The Vatican's response was swift and multifaceted. Digital apologetics teams flooded comment sections with alternative interpretations. Vatican-funded influencers created response content emphasizing Lilith's demonic nature. And church-affiliated organizations contacted platform administrators about religiously insensitive content that might violate community guidelines. But the campaign's limited success revealed the fundamental problem facing Vatican digital strategy. The Internet's decentralized nature makes traditional censorship impossible. Unlike medieval manuscripts that could be physically confiscated, or Renaissance books that could be placed on indexes of forbidden works, digital information replicates infinitely and spreads instantly across platforms the Church cannot control. A leaked 2021 Vatican strategy document acknowledged this reality. Digital platforms have fundamentally altered the information landscape in ways that favor dangerous narratives over authoritative teaching. The same technologies that allow instant global communication of church doctrine also enable rapid spreading of ancient heresies we spent centuries suppressing. The document's recommendations revealed growing desperation. Since direct suppression is impossible, we must focus on inoculation, ensuring that faithful Catholics are prepared to recognize and reject dangerous interpretations before they encounter them. This requires preemptive education about the spiritual dangers posed by feminist theological content. The inoculation strategy appears in recent changes to Catholic education curricula. New guidelines for religious education programs include warnings about online content that misrepresents ancient traditions and specific instruction about recognizing and countering neo-pagan distortions of biblical narratives. A 2023 teacher training manual instructs religious educators to proactively address dangerous interpretations students may encounter online by emphasizing that internet sources often present distorted versions of ancient stories designed to undermine faith rather than strengthen it. The manual includes specific talking points for addressing Lilith-related questions. Explain that ancient peoples often created mythological figures to justify their rejection of God's moral law. Emphasize that Lilith represents the dangerous consequences of spiritual pride and rebellion. Note that contemporary interest in such figures reflects modern culture's rejection of proper authority rather than legitimate historical scholarship. But Vatican digital monitoring reveals that these defensive strategies are losing effectiveness as more sophisticated content challenges their basic assumptions. Archaeological documentaries, scholarly articles, and museum exhibitions increasingly present positive depictions of ancient goddess worship that are difficult to dismiss as neo-pagan distortion. A 2023 internal assessment acknowledged the growing challenge. Professional archaeological and historical content presenting Lilith and other goddesses positively carries authority that our traditional apologetic approaches cannot effectively counter. When major museums and universities validate ancient goddess worship as legitimate historical phenomenon, our characterization of such interests as modern spiritual deviation becomes less credible. The assessment identified what Vatican analysts consider their most serious digital age challenge: the emergence of scholarly feminist theology that uses rigorous academic methods to reconstruct suppressed religious traditions. Unlike earlier feminist spiritual movements that could be dismissed as unscholarly, contemporary research increasingly meets academic standards while reaching conclusions that threaten core church teachings. Dr. Phyllis Tribble's Biblical Scholarship, Dr. Elizabeth Schussler Fiorenza's Historical Jesus Research, and numerous archaeological studies of ancient goddess worship have created what Vatican documents call a coherent academic framework for understanding religious history that contradicts traditional church narratives. The Vatican's response has involved what leaked documents call academic pressure campaigns, efforts to discourage scholarly institutions from supporting research that might validate ancient goddess worship or challenge patriarchal religious authority. A 2022 investigation by the Chronicle of Higher Education documented unusual patterns in academic funding decisions, with projects studying ancient goddess worship consistently receiving lower priority despite strong scholarly credentials. Several researchers reported that Vatican-affiliated donors had quietly withdrawn support from institutions that promoted controversial theological scholarship. Dr. Sarah Coakley of Cambridge University, whose research on early Christian mysticism includes positive references to Lilith traditions, described the pressure. There's been a subtle but persistent campaign to discourage academic work that might validate ancient feminine spirituality. Funding becomes harder to obtain, publication opportunities are limited, and career advancement slows for scholars who pursue these topics. The pattern suggests coordinated efforts to maintain academic marginalization of research that might restore positive understandings of Lilith and other suppressed religious figures. Modern Vatican digital strategy increasingly focuses on what internal documents call narrative competition, creating alternative explanations for archaeological discoveries and historical evidence that support traditional interpretations while acknowledging women's growing access to information. This approach appears in recent Vatican statements about archaeological discoveries. Rather than denying that ancient cultures honored goddesses, church spokespersons now emphasize that such practices were primitive responses to natural phenomena that should not be romanticized or viewed as spiritually significant. Cardinal Gerhard Müller's 2023 statement on ancient religious practices exemplifies this strategy. While archaeological evidence confirms that ancient peoples often worshipped female deities, we must not project modern concerns about gender equality onto primitive religious practices. These ancient cults reflected humanity's spiritual immaturity before divine revelation provided proper understanding of religious truth. The statement attempts to acknowledge historical evidence while maintaining that contemporary interest in goddess worship represents spiritual regression rather than progress. But Vatican monitoring reveals that such explanations are increasingly ineffective with digitally savvy audiences who can access primary sources, archaeological reports, and scholarly analysis that contradict official interpretations. The democratization of information has made it impossible to control how people understand historical evidence. A 2023 digital analysis tracked responses to Cardinal Müller's statement across social media platforms. The overwhelmingly negative reaction included thousands of comments citing specific archaeological evidence, scholarly sources, and historical documentation that contradicted his characterization of ancient goddess worship as primitive. Many responses demonstrated sophisticated understanding of ancient religious traditions that would have been accessible only to specialists in previous generations. Users cited cuneiform translations, archaeological site reports, and academic papers with accuracy that surprised Vatican monitors. The analysis concluded with a warning. Contemporary audiences possess unprecedented access to scholarly sources that enable them to fact-check official church statements in real time. Traditional authority-based explanations are increasingly ineffective when audiences can independently verify historical claims. The Vatican's greatest digital age fear involves what they call acceleration scenarios, possibilities that digital technologies might enable rapid, simultaneous awareness among women worldwide of their suppressed spiritual heritage. Internal documents describe this as the Lilith singularity, a moment when enough women learn her authentic story to create unstoppable momentum towards spiritual equality. The concept isn't merely theoretical. Vatican analysts have identified several near-miss events where viral content about Lilith or goddess worship came close to creating what they describe as cascade effects that might fundamentally alter popular understanding of women's spiritual authority. A 2021 incident report described one such event, a coordinated social media campaign featuring archaeological evidence of ancient goddess worship, reached an estimated 50 million users within 72 hours. Content included accurate translations of Mesopotamian texts, museum-quality photographs of goddess artifacts, and scholarly commentary from credible academic sources. User engagement patterns suggested potential for sustained interest that could lead to fundamental questioning of traditional religious authority. The Vatican's response involved what they call emergency digital intervention, coordinated efforts across multiple platforms to provide alternative interpretations, flood comment sections with opposing viewpoints, and contact platform administrators about potential policy violations. But the incident report's conclusion was sobering. While immediate response limited viral spread, the underlying dynamic remains concerning. Digital platforms enable rapid dissemination of historical information that contradicts established teaching. Our ability to control such events is limited and decreasing as more sophisticated content becomes available. Modern Vatican digital strategy increasingly resembles crisis management rather than proactive control. Leaked 2024 planning documents describe a defensive posture focused on damage limitation rather than narrative dominance. The strategy acknowledges that complete suppression of Lilith-positive content is impossible in the digital age. Instead, it focuses on maintaining doctrinal clarity among faithful Catholics, while preparing for continued erosion of traditional authority among broader populations. This shift represents a fundamental change in Church approach to information control. For the first time in centuries, Vatican planners are preparing for a world where their version of Lilith's story competes openly with alternatives rather than suppressing those alternatives entirely. The Digital Age Awakening reveals the ultimate failure of the Vatican's millennium-long suppression campaign. Technologies that enable instant global communication have made it impossible to hide historical evidence, control scholarly interpretation, or prevent women from discovering that the first woman was created equal and chose freedom over submission. Every day brings new archaeological discoveries shared instantly online. Every week sees scholarly articles challenging traditional narratives. Every month produces documentary films, museum exhibitions, and educational content that restore suppressed religious traditions to public consciousness. The Vatican's digital surveillance systems track this awakening in real time, documenting the moment-by-moment process as women worldwide discover their spiritual heritage and reject subordination as divinely ordained. Their own monitoring reveals the truth they most fear, that Lilith's story is spreading faster than they can contain it, reaching women who are ready to hear that the first woman's choice to claim her dignity was not rebellion, but recognition of what she was always meant to be. The digital age has become the medium through which the ancient prophecies fulfill themselves, not through supernatural intervention, but through the simple power of information democratization that allows suppressed truths to spread beyond institutional control. In cyberspace, the first woman's voice grows stronger every day, speaking through countless women who refuse to accept that their gender limits their spiritual worth. The Vatican's own surveillance data proves what they most fear. The awakening has already begun, accelerated by technologies they cannot control, spreading through networks they cannot monitor, inspiring women they cannot silence. The digital age has become Lilith's return, not as supernatural event, but as historical truth, finally freed from the vaults where it was hidden for millennia. Dr. Margaret Chen thought she was simply researching ancient Near Eastern religious traditions when she began her doctoral dissertation on Mesopotamian goddess worship in 2018. A promising young scholar at Yale Divinity School, she had no idea that her academic work would attract the attention of a secretive Vatican organization that tracks contemporary Lilithian influences with the same intensity that medieval inquisitors once hunted heretics. By 2021, Chen's career was in ruins. Her research funding had mysteriously evaporated, and she found herself blacklisted from academic positions across the country, all because she had dared to present Lilith as a benevolent goddess, rather than a child-killing demon. Chen's experience wasn't isolated. It was part of a systematic campaign conducted by what Vatican insiders call the Lilith Watch, a modern inquisition that operates not through public trials and execution pyres, but through academic sabotage, professional assassination, and sophisticated information warfare, designed to ensure that positive interpretations of Lilith never gain mainstream acceptance. The organization's existence first came to light in 2019, when a former Vatican employee, speaking on condition of anonymity to the investigative website Vatican Leaks, described a classified department that monitors contemporary manifestations of ancient spiritual rebellion. The whistleblower, identified only as Source Magdalene, revealed that the Vatican maintains active surveillance on feminist theologians, women's spiritual groups, and academic researchers studying goddess worship. They call it pastoral research, Source Magdalene explained. But it's really intelligence gathering. They track who's writing about Lilith positively, who's funding such research, which universities are supporting feminist theology programs. Then, they develop strategies to neutralize what they consider dangerous influences. The Lilith Watch operates from an unmarked office building near Vatican City, officially listed as the Institute for Contemporary Theological Studies. Its budget, buried within the Vatican's Department for Laity, Family and Life, reportedly exceeds $50 million annually, more than many entire dioceses receive for pastoral work. The organization's structure mirrors intelligence agencies more than traditional church departments. Leaked organizational charts show specialized divisions for academic monitoring, media influence, financial pressure, and what's euphemistically called career guidance, the unit responsible for derailing the professional prospects of scholars who present Lilith in positive contexts. The Academic Monitoring Division maintains detailed files on researchers studying ancient goddess worship. A 2020 internal directory, obtained through a security breach at a Vatican contractor, lists over 3,000 scholars worldwide under active surveillance. The files include academic publications, conference presentations, social media activity, and what the organization calls ideological threat assessments. Dr. Chen's file, running to over 400 pages, documented her interest in Mesopotamian religion from her undergraduate years through her doctoral research. The assessment noted her concerning tendency to present goddess worship as legitimate religious tradition rather than primitive superstition, and flagged her 2019 conference paper on Lilith as divine wisdom, teacher, as requiring immediate intervention. The intervention began subtly. Chen's dissertation advisor, who had previously been enthusiastic about her research, suddenly began expressing concerns about her methodological approach. Funding opportunities that had seemed promising were quietly withdrawn. Conference organizers who had accepted her papers began citing schedule conflicts or thematic inconsistencies as reasons for removal. The pressure intensified when Chen's research gained wider attention. A 2020 article she published in the Journal of Ancient Near Eastern Religions, titled Reclaiming Lilith, Archaeological Evidence for Goddess Worship in First Millennium Babylon, challenged traditional interpretations of Mesopotamian religious practices. The article's peer review process had been rigorous, and its publication in a respected academic journal should have enhanced Chen's career prospects. Instead, it triggered what she later described as a coordinated attack on my professional credibility. Within weeks of publication, the journal received dozens of complaints about the article's ideological bias and unscholarly approach. Several prominent theologians published response pieces questioning Chen's competence, suggesting that her research reflected feminist activism rather than objective scholarship. The campaign's sophistication became apparent when Chen discovered that many of her critics were connected to Vatican-affiliated institutions or funded by Catholic organizations. Dr. James Morrison, whose scathing review in Catholic Biblical Quarterly accused Chen of promoting neo-pagan fantasies, was a longtime consultant to the Pontifical Biblical Commission. Professor Maria Gonzalez, who questioned Chen's linguistic skills in a widely cited blog post, received research funding from the Knights of Columbus Educational Trust. But the most damaging attack came from Dr. Robert Castellano, a respected archaeologist whose letter to Chen's university administration accused her of deliberately misrepresenting archaeological evidence to support predetermined ideological conclusions. Castellano's reputation and institutional connections gave his criticism unusual weight, and Chen found herself called before a departmental review committee to defend her research methodology. Unknown to Chen, Castellano was a long-time Lilith Watch asset, whose criticism was coordinated through the organization's Academic Influence Division. Internal emails, later leaked by Source Magdalene, show Castellano receiving detailed talking points and strategic guidance for his letter. The correspondence reveals that the attack was planned months in advance, triggered by Chen's article's positive reception in feminist theological circles. The review committee ultimately cleared Chen of academic misconduct, but the process had effectively destroyed her career momentum. Her job market prospects evaporated as word spread about the controversy surrounding her work. Universities that had shown interest in hiring her withdrew their consideration, citing concerns about potential litigation or departmental harmony. Chen's experience follows a pattern documented by the Academic Freedom Alliance, which has identified over 40 cases since 2015, where scholars studying ancient goddess worship faced unusual professional obstacles. The pattern includes sudden funding withdrawals, manufactured controversies, coordinated criticism campaigns, and systematic exclusion from academic opportunities. Dr. Sarah Williams of the University of Chicago faced similar pressures after publishing research on early Christian goddess traditions. Her 2019 book, The Suppressed Feminine: Goddess Worship in Early Christianity, documented evidence that some early Christian communities honored Lilith as a divine wisdom figure. The book's scholarly reception was positive, but Williams soon found herself battling accusations of anti-Catholic bias from critics with connections to Vatican affiliated institutions. The attacks escalated when Williams was invited to present her research at an international conference on women in ancient religion. The conference organizers received a flood of complaints about Williams's ideological agenda, and several prominent speakers threatened to withdraw if she remained on the program. Under pressure, the organizers disinvited Williams, citing concerns about academic balance. The disinvitation triggered broader academic controversy, with over 200 scholars signing a letter protesting what they called religious interference in scholarly discourse. But the damage to Williams's reputation was already done. Her next book contract was canceled, her promotion case was delayed indefinitely, and she ultimately left academia for a position at a secular think tank. Williams later discovered that the campaign against her had been coordinated through a network of Catholic academic organizations that shared talking points and strategic guidance. Email records, obtained through litigation, revealed that critics had received detailed briefings on how to question her methodology without appearing to engage in religious censorship. The Lilith Watch's influence extends beyond individual scholars to entire academic programs. Several universities have quietly discontinued or scaled back women's studies programs after sustained pressure from donors and trustees with Vatican connections. The pressure is never explicitly about Lilith or goddess worship, but consistently targets programs that might provide platforms for such research. The case of St. Catherine's University illustrates the pattern. The Catholic institution had developed a respected women's theology program that attracted scholars interested in early Christian feminine traditions. But when program faculty began publishing research on suppressed goddess worship, the administration faced pressure from major donors and church officials. Dr. Lisa Martinez, the program director, described the campaign. Suddenly, our biggest supporters were asking pointed questions about our theological direction. Board members who had never shown interest in academic affairs were requesting detailed course syllabi and reading lists. The message was clear: tone down the goddess research or lose funding. The program survived, but was restructured to focus on traditional Catholic feminine spirituality rather than historical research. Faculty studying ancient goddess traditions were encouraged to seek positions elsewhere, and new hires were required to demonstrate fidelity to Catholic teaching in ways that effectively excluded scholars with feminist theological interests. The Lilith Watch's media influence operations work to ensure that popular culture maintains negative depictions of Lilith while suppressing positive portrayals. The organization maintains relationships with entertainment industry executives, publishing houses, and media companies that produce content about ancient religious traditions. A 2021 investigative report by The Hollywood Reporter revealed that Catholic organizations had successfully pressured several production companies to alter scripts that portrayed Lilith positively. The pressure typically comes through theological consultants who offer services to ensure historical accuracy in religious content. Dr. Patricia Romano, a former theological consultant for major studios, described the process. They would approach productions early in development, offering expertise about ancient religious traditions. But their real goal was to ensure that goddess figures like Lilith were portrayed as dangerous or evil rather than empowering. They had talking points about historical accuracy, that were really designed to maintain traditional negative interpretations. Romano left the consulting business after realizing that her work was part of a broader campaign to suppress positive representations of ancient goddess worship. She now teaches at a secular university and has documented numerous cases where entertainment content was altered to remove empowering depictions of feminine divine figures. The organization's financial pressure tactics involve coordinated efforts to defund research and institutions that support positive Lilith scholarship. This includes campaigns to discourage donations to universities with prominent feminist theology programs, pressure on foundations to exclude goddess research from grant programs, and coordination with Catholic donor networks to redirect funding away from problematic academic initiatives. The scale of these efforts became apparent in 2020 when the Chronicle of Higher Education analyzed funding patterns for religious studies research. The investigation found that projects studying ancient goddess worship received significantly less funding than similar projects focusing on traditional religious topics, even when controlling for academic quality and institutional support. The disparity was particularly pronounced for research explicitly mentioning Lilith. Projects that included her name in titles or abstracts received funding at rates 60% lower than comparable projects studying other ancient religious figures. The pattern suggested systematic discrimination against Lilith-related research across multiple funding agencies. Further investigation revealed that several major foundations had quietly implemented policies excluding neo-pagan research from their religious studies programs. The policies, often developed after consultation with Catholic advisory boards, effectively barred funding for any project that might present ancient goddess worship in positive contexts. The Lilith Watch's Career Guidance Division specializes in ensuring that scholars who persist in positive Lilith research face professional consequences that discourage others from similar work. The division maintains what insiders call the list, a database of academics whose careers are marked for systematic sabotage. Dr. Jennifer Walsh learned she was on the list when she applied for a position at Boston College in 2019. Despite strong qualifications and positive interviews, she was rejected without explanation. A friend on the search committee later revealed that Walsh's candidacy had been vetoed by the administration after concerns were raised about her research focus on goddess traditions. Walsh's research on Lilith in medieval Jewish texts had been well received in academic circles, but it apparently triggered inclusion on the Lilith Watch database. Subsequent job applications met similar fates as search committees received confidential information about Walsh's ideological orientation and potential impact on institutional mission. The blacklisting extends beyond Catholic institutions to secular universities where Catholic board members or donors exercise influence. Walsh eventually found employment at a community college. Her academic career effectively ended despite the quality of her scholarship. The pattern repeats across the academic landscape. Scholars who publish positive research about Lilith or ancient goddess worship find themselves systematically excluded from prestigious positions, denied tenure, or marginalized within their institutions. The discrimination is rarely explicit. It operates through whisper campaigns, donor pressure, and what academic administrators euphemistically call cultural fit concerns. The Lilith Watch's most sophisticated operations involve infiltration of women's spiritual groups and feminist theological organizations. The organization recruits informants who attend gatherings, monitor discussions, and report on concerning developments in contemporary goddess worship. A 2022 exposé by the religious news website Religion Dispatches revealed that several prominent feminist spirituality conferences had been infiltrated by Vatican operatives posing as spiritual seekers. The operatives attended workshops, recorded conversations, and compiled detailed reports on participants who expressed interest in Lilith or goddess traditions. The infiltration serves multiple purposes: gathering intelligence on emerging trends in feminine spirituality, identifying influential figures who might spread positive Lilith interpretations, and occasionally disrupting gatherings through strategic challenges to speakers or workshop leaders. Sister Catherine Morrison, a former nun who left religious life to become a feminist theologian, discovered she had been under surveillance when Vatican documents were leaked in 2021. The files revealed that her workshops on reclaiming the sacred feminine had been attended by Vatican operatives who compiled detailed reports on her teachings and identified participants who seemed particularly receptive to goddess worship. Morrison's response was to make her workshops even more explicit about the Church's suppression of feminine spirituality. "They want to silence us," she told a gathering of feminist theologians. "But their own surveillance proves how threatened they are by women reclaiming our spiritual heritage." The modern Inquisition's digital operations extend the surveillance and suppression campaign into online spaces where Lilith-positive content proliferates. The organization maintains sophisticated monitoring systems that track social media discussions, identify influential voices in feminist spirituality communities, and coordinate response campaigns to counter dangerous narratives. The digital surveillance revealed its scope in 2023 when a security breach at a Vatican contractor exposed databases containing profiles of over 100,000 individuals who had engaged with Lilith-related content online. The profiles included social media activity, website visits, online purchases of goddess-related books, and participation in digital spiritual communities. The most detailed profiles belonged to what the organization called high-value targets, women with significant online followings who promoted positive interpretations of Lilith or ancient goddess worship. These individuals faced coordinated harassment campaigns designed to discourage their activism and limit their influence. Dr. Amanda Foster, a popular blogger who writes about ancient goddess traditions, discovered she was a high-value target when her website suffered repeated cyber attacks following posts about Lilith's authentic historical character. The attacks coincided with harassment campaigns on her social media accounts and coordinated attempts to discredit her research. Foster's investigation into the attacks, conducted with cybersecurity experts, revealed sophisticated coordination suggesting institutional backing. The harassment followed patterns consistent with state-level information warfare, but the targeting of goddess worship content suggested religious rather than political motivation. The Lilith Watch's influence campaigns work to ensure that mainstream media coverage of ancient goddess worship maintains traditional negative interpretations while suppressing scholarly perspectives that might challenge church teaching. The organization maintains relationships with religion journalists, provides background information that shapes coverage, and offers expert sources who reinforce orthodox interpretations. This influence appears in media treatment of archaeological discoveries related to ancient goddess worship. When significant finds are announced, Vatican-affiliated scholars quickly provide commentary that emphasizes the primitive nature of ancient religious practices, while downplaying evidence of sophisticated goddess traditions. The pattern was particularly evident in coverage of the 2020 discovery of a major Mesopotamian temple complex containing extensive Lilith imagery. Initial archaeological reports described the find as evidence of sophisticated goddess worship that might reshape understanding of ancient religious traditions. But within days, media coverage shifted to emphasize the superstitious nature of ancient beliefs and the evolution of religious understanding toward more sophisticated monotheistic traditions. The shift reflected successful influence operations that provided alternative interpretive frameworks to journalists who lacked expertise to evaluate archaeological evidence independently. The new Inquisition operates with resources and sophistication that medieval inquisitors could never have imagined. But its fundamental purpose remains identical: to ensure that women never learn the truth about their spiritual heritage, never discover that the first woman was created equal and chose freedom over submission, never realize that goddess worship was once universal and legitimate. The organization's very existence proves what the Vatican most fears: that Lilith's authentic story is powerful enough to transform contemporary religious consciousness if it ever reaches critical mass. Their massive investment in suppression reveals their understanding that they face not supernatural threats, but historical truth that grows stronger with each archaeological discovery, each scholarly publication, each woman who refuses to accept that her gender limits her spiritual worth. The modern Inquisition fights against the democratization of information that makes suppression increasingly difficult. Unlike their medieval predecessors who could burn books and execute heretics, today's inquisitors must operate in a world where information replicates instantly and resistance grows stronger with each act of suppression. Their sophisticated campaigns against individual scholars reveal both their power and their desperation. They can destroy careers and silence voices, but they cannot stop the underlying truth that continues to emerge through archaeological evidence, scholarly research, and women's growing refusal to accept spiritual subordination as divinely ordained. The Lilith Watch documents its own failure, with each surveillance report that shows growing interest in goddess worship, each suppression campaign that generates broader attention to suppressed traditions, each career they destroy that becomes a symbol of institutional fear rather than legitimate theological concern. They have built a modern inquisition to fight an ancient truth. But truth has advantages that inquisitions cannot overcome. It multiplies when shared, grows stronger when suppressed, and ultimately transcends any earthly authority that attempts to contain it. The first woman's voice grows louder with each attempt to silence it, speaking through every woman who refuses to accept that freedom was never her birthright. On International Women's Day 2024, something unprecedented happened in St. Peter's Square. As Pope Francis delivered his annual address on women's dignity, a group of women unfurled banners bearing a single word in multiple languages: Lilith. The Vatican's security response was swift and overwhelming. The women were arrested, the banners confiscated, and media coverage was carefully managed to minimize the incident's significance. But the message had been delivered to a global audience. The first woman's name could no longer be silenced, and her daughters were reclaiming their voice. The St. Peter's Square demonstration wasn't an isolated incident, but part of a global phenomenon that Vatican surveillance teams have documented with growing alarm. Across continents and cultures, women are discovering Lilith's authentic story and embracing her, not as a demon to be feared, but as a symbol of spiritual equality and the courage to choose freedom over comfortable submission. After 2 millennia of suppression, the first rebel is returning not as supernatural visitation, but as awakening consciousness among women who refuse to accept that their gender limits their spiritual worth. The Vatican's own monitoring systems provide the most comprehensive documentation of what they call the Lilith phenomenon. Internal reports track exponential growth in goddess-related searches, attendance at feminist spirituality gatherings, academic interest in ancient goddess worship, and what church analysts describe as dangerous reinterpretations of traditional creation narratives. A classified 2024 assessment by the Vatican's Cultural Monitoring Team reached a stark conclusion. Contemporary interest in Lilith and goddess traditions has reached unprecedented levels and shows no signs of decreasing. Traditional suppression methods appear to be accelerating rather than containing the phenomenon. We may be witnessing the fulfillment of ancient prophetic predictions about the restoration of feminine spiritual authority. The assessment's data reveals the scope of what Vatican officials consider a spiritual crisis. Google search trends show Lilith-related queries increasing by over 3.0% since 2020. Social media platforms report millions of posts celebrating her as a symbol of empowerment. University courses on ancient goddess worship have waiting lists that extend for semesters. Museums struggle to meet demand for exhibitions featuring goddess artifacts. But the numbers only hint at a deeper transformation. Women worldwide are not simply learning about Lilith, they are identifying with her choice to claim dignity over security, equality over comfort, authentic relationship with the divine over institutional approval. They see in her story a reflection of their own struggles against systems that demand their subordination as the price of acceptance. Dr. Maria Santos, a feminist theologian at the University of São Paulo, describes the pattern she observes in her students. They arrive having heard fragments of Lilith's story online, often through social media or popular culture references. But when they learn the full historical context, that she was created equal to Adam, that she chose exile over submission, that the Church has spent centuries demonizing her to prevent women from claiming spiritual equality, something clicks. They realize they've been living a version of her story their entire lives. Santos reports that enrollment in her courses on women in ancient religion has tripled in recent years, with students specifically requesting more content about suppressed goddess traditions. They're hungry for this knowledge, she explains. They want to understand how and why these stories were hidden from them. And once they learn the truth, they can't unknow it. The hunger for suppressed knowledge extends far beyond academic settings. Independent researchers like podcast host Sarah Mitchell have built massive audiences by exploring topics the Vatican has spent centuries hiding. Mitchell's series, The Goddess Chronicles, has attracted over 50 million downloads, with episodes about Lilith consistently ranking among the most popular. I started researching goddess traditions as a hobby, Mitchell explains, but I quickly realized I was uncovering information that most people had never heard. When I released my first episode about Lilith's authentic story, that she was Adam's equal wife, who chose freedom over paradise, the response was overwhelming. Thousands of women wrote to say they felt like they were hearing their own story for the first time. Mitchell's research methodology reveals how digital tools have democratized access to previously restricted information. Using online databases, archaeological reports, and digitized manuscripts, independent researchers can now access sources that once required Vatican permission or specialized academic credentials. The internet has broken their information monopoly, Mitchell notes. I can access the same Mesopotamian texts that Vatican scholars study in their restricted archives. I can read archaeological reports about goddess temples, examine museum catalogs of suppressed artifacts, even find leaked Vatican documents about their suppression campaigns. The truth is out there, we just need to know where to look. The democratization of research tools has enabled what Vatican documents call cascade effects, moments when suppressed information spreads rapidly through digital networks, creating widespread awareness of previously hidden truths. The 2023 viral spread of archaeological images from Mesopotamian goddess temples exemplifies this phenomena. When the Oriental Institute at the University of Chicago digitized their collection of ancient Near Eastern artifacts, they inadvertently made available thousands of images depicting Lilith, divided by Lilitu, as a benevolent goddess. Social media users quickly identified the most striking examples and began sharing them with commentary about the contrast between these positive ancient depictions and traditional Christian characterizations of Lilith as a demon. The images went viral across multiple platforms simultaneously, accompanied by explanatory threads that provided historical context about Lilith's original character as a goddess of wisdom and equality. Within 48 hours, the content had reached an estimated 100 million users worldwide, creating what Vatican monitors described as the largest spontaneous educational event about suppressed goddess traditions in recorded history. The Vatican's response revealed both their sophistication and their desperation. Digital apologetics teams flooded comment sections with alternative interpretations. Vatican-affiliated scholars provided media interviews emphasizing the primitive nature of ancient goddess worship. And legal pressure was reportedly applied to social media companies about religiously insensitive content. But the campaign's limited effectiveness demonstrated the fundamental challenge facing Vatican information control in the digital age. Unlike medieval manuscripts that could be physically confiscated, digital information replicates infinitely and spreads through networks they cannot monitor or control. Archaeological discoveries continue to provide new evidence of Lilith's authentic character, despite Vatican efforts to control access to dig sites and artifacts. The 2023 discovery of a major goddess temple in Iraq, revealed through satellite archaeology, contained inscriptions describing Lilitu as great teacher of divine wisdom, she who grants knowledge to all who seek truth. Dr. Ahmed Hassan, who led the excavation team, describes the find as revolutionary evidence of sophisticated goddess worship that contradicts everything we've been taught about ancient religious development. The temple's artwork depicts Lilitu teaching groups of both men and women, presiding over legal proceedings and receiving offerings that suggest widespread reverence. This isn't primitive idol worship, Hassan explains. This is sophisticated religious tradition that honored feminine divine wisdom alongside masculine divine power. The quality of the art, the complexity of the theology, the evidence of widespread devotion, it all points to religious traditions that were both advanced and egalitarian. Hassan's team faced immediate pressure to downplay their findings. Iraqi religious authorities, influenced by Vatican diplomatic contacts, questioned the excavation permits. Funding sources mysterious dried up, and Hassan himself received warnings about the sensitivity of his research. But Hassan refused to suppress his findings. This is historical truth, he insisted. These artifacts prove that goddess worship wasn't marginal superstition, but mainstream religious practice. People have a right to know that ancient civilizations honored feminine divine authority as readily as masculine divine authority. Hassan's defiance exemplifies a growing trend among archaeologists who refuse to allow religious institutions to control the interpretation of historical evidence. The International Archaeological Association has documented numerous cases where researchers have resisted pressure to minimize or misinterpret goddess-related discoveries. Dr. Elena Rodriguez, who studies ancient religious traditions at the University of Barcelona, describes the generational shift. Older scholars often internalize the assumption that goddess worship was primitive or marginal, but younger researchers, especially women, approach these discoveries without those preconceptions. They see sophisticated religious systems that honored both masculine and feminine divine principles equally. Rodriguez's own research on Iberian goddess traditions has revealed evidence of Lilith veneration that persisted into the medieval period. We find her name and imagery in contexts that clearly show continued reverence, she reports. Local communities maintained goddess traditions even after Christian conversion, adapting them to survive religious suppression. The persistence of hidden goddess traditions appears across Europe, often disguised as folk customs or local saints, whose characteristics mirror ancient goddess attributes. Academic investigation of these Christianized traditions increasingly reveals their authentic pre-Christian origins. Dr. Catherine Walsh's research on Irish folk traditions has documented dozens of local customs that preserve elements of ancient goddess worship. The Church thought they had successfully suppressed these traditions, Walsh explains, but they really just drove them underground. Women preserved the essential elements through storytelling, ritual practices, and seasonal celebrations that maintained connection to pre-Christian spiritual traditions. Walsh's work demonstrates how grassroots cultural preservation has maintained elements of goddess worship despite institutional suppression. The official church history says Christianity completely replaced pagan traditions, she notes, but the evidence shows that women found ways to preserve what mattered most, the understanding that divine wisdom comes in feminine as well as masculine forms. Modern feminist spiritual movements have begun deliberately reconstructing ancient goddess traditions using archaeological evidence, historical research, and what practitioners describe as ancestral memory. These groups explicitly reject church teachings about women's spiritual inferiority while embracing Lilith as a symbol of spiritual equality and autonomous choice. The Goddess Temple movement, with centers in over 30 countries, provides perhaps the most visible example of this reconstruction. These temples offer worship experiences that honor feminine divine principles alongside or instead of traditional masculine-focused religion. Lilith appears prominently in their liturgies not as a demon, but as the first free one who showed the path from bondage to liberation. Sister Catherine Morrison, a former Catholic nun who now leads a goddess temple in California, describes the transformation she witnesses in participants. Women arrive carrying centuries of conditioning that they are spiritually inferior to men. But when they experience worship that honors their divine nature as equal to any man's, something fundamental shifts. They stop apologizing for their spiritual worth and start claiming their rightful place as daughters of the divine. Morrison's temple attracts hundreds of participants each week, including many raised in traditional Christian denominations who are seeking spiritual practices that honor their full humanity. They've been told their whole lives that spiritual authority belongs to men, Morrison explains, but they know in their hearts that can't be true. When they learn about Lilith's choice to claim equality rather than accept subordination, they recognize their own spiritual journey. The growth of goddess-centered spirituality has triggered new Vatican concerns about what church documents call mass apostasy events, situations where significant numbers of Catholics simultaneously abandon traditional practice for alternative spiritual traditions. Internal reports document declining church attendance among young women, particularly those with higher education levels, who have access to information about suppressed religious history. A 2024 study by the Pew Research Center found that women under 35 are leaving Christianity at twice the rate of men in the same age group. Exit interviews consistently mention dissatisfaction with gender roles, desire for spiritual practices that honor feminine divine wisdom, and discovery of suppressed religious traditions that offer more egalitarian alternatives. Dr. Linda Martinez, who studies religious demographic trends, sees the pattern as historically unprecedented. We're witnessing the first generation of women who have widespread access to information about alternative spiritual traditions that were previously suppressed. They're choosing to leave institutional religion not because they're less spiritual, but because they're seeking spiritual practices that honor their full humanity. The trend appears across denominational lines but is particularly pronounced among Catholic women who face the starkest contradiction between their education about gender equality and their church's teachings about spiritual hierarchy. Many report that learning about Lilith's authentic story served as a breaking point that made continued participation in patriarchal religion impossible. Vatican response to these demographic trends has evolved from denial to damage control. Recent church documents acknowledge pastoral challenges related to women's changing spiritual expectations, while continuing to reject any fundamental changes to male-dominated religious authority. Pope Francis's 2024 apostolic letter, Mulieris Dignitatem Renovata, the renewed dignity of women, attempted to address feminist critiques without challenging core teachings about spiritual hierarchy. The document praised women's unique spiritual gifts, while maintaining that ordination remains reserved to men by divine institution. But the letter's reception among feminist theologians and spiritual seekers was largely negative. Dr. Elizabeth Johnson, a prominent Catholic feminist theologian, described the document as trying to solve 21st century problems with first-century solutions. The letter's failure to address systematic exclusion of women from religious authority was seen as confirming that institutional Christianity cannot reform quickly enough to meet contemporary women's spiritual needs. The Vatican's own polling data, leaked in 2024, reveals their understanding of the crisis they face. Internal surveys show that among Catholic women under 40, over 60% disagree with church teachings about women's spiritual roles. 45% have participated in feminist spiritual practices outside the church, and 23% report learning about Lilith through sources other than official church teaching. Most troubling for Vatican strategists is the finding that exposure to information about Lilith and suppressed goddess traditions appears to be irreversible. Women who learn this information almost never return to accepting traditional teachings about spiritual hierarchy. A confidential Vatican strategy document acknowledges this reality. Once women understand that goddess worship was historically widespread, and that their exclusion from religious authority represents historical choice rather than divine mandate, they cannot be convinced to accept subordination as spiritually necessary. Traditional pastoral approaches prove ineffective with this population. The document's recommendations reveal growing institutional panic. We must prevent exposure to dangerous historical information while developing alternative narratives that acknowledge women's spiritual worth without challenging male religious authority. This requires unprecedented coordination between educational, media, and pastoral approaches. But the strategy faces insurmountable obstacles in an information environment where suppressed knowledge spreads faster than it can be contained. Each Vatican effort to control the narrative generates new attention to the very information they seek to suppress. Each suppression campaign creates additional evidence of institutional fear that validates the importance of hidden truths. The Church's own fear-based response to Lilith has become one of her most powerful recruitment tools. When women observe the vast resources devoted to suppressing information about the first woman's equality, they naturally wonder what makes that information so threatening. When they discover that the Vatican maintains secret archives about goddess worship and operates surveillance systems targeting feminist theologians, they understand they've encountered truths powerful enough to threaten institutional authority. Dr. Jennifer Walsh, whose academic career was destroyed by Vatican interference, now speaks at goddess spirituality conferences about her experience. I tell audiences that the Church's persecution of my research was the best advertisement Lilith could have asked for, she explains. When people see how desperately institutions work to hide information, They realize that information must be incredibly important. Walsh's presentations draw capacity crowds of women eager to learn what the Vatican considers too dangerous for public consumption. They want to know what truth is so powerful that it requires surveillance systems and career destruction to suppress, she notes. And when they learn that truth, that the first woman was created equal and chose freedom over paradise, they understand why it needed to be hidden. The modern return of Lilith represents something fundamentally different from historical goddess worship or feminist movements. It embodies the convergence of archaeological knowledge, digital communication, and contemporary women's refusal to accept spiritual subordination as divinely ordained. This convergence has created conditions that ancient prophecies described, but that no earthly authority can control. Vatican surveillance documents reveal their understanding that they face not a manageable religious trend, but a spiritual awakening that transcends any single institution's ability to contain. Internal reports describe exponential growth patterns in goddess consciousness that suggest systemic transformation of religious understanding rather than temporary cultural phenomenon. The report's language reveals institutional recognition that they may be witnessing the fulfillment of the very prophecies they have spent centuries trying to prevent. Women are reclaiming their spiritual voices. Archaeological discoveries continue to restore knowledge of ancient goddess wisdom. Digital technologies make suppression impossible. Each element matches specific prophetic predictions with precision that Vatican analysts find deeply concerning. But perhaps the most significant development is what Vatican documents call spontaneous synchronization, the tendency for women worldwide to discover Lilith's story and embrace its meaning independently without coordinated organization or institutional leadership. This grassroots awakening appears to be self-generating and self-sustaining, spreading through personal networks and digital connections in ways that defy traditional religious authority structures. Dr. Amanda Foster, whose research tracks global goddess consciousness trends, describes the phenomenon. We're seeing women from completely different cultures and backgrounds having remarkably similar spiritual awakenings. They discover Lilith's story through different sources: archaeological documentaries, social media posts, feminist theology books, even fiction that references goddess traditions, but they all reach the same conclusion: that they've been lied to about their spiritual worth, and that they have the right to claim equality with any man. Foster's data suggests that once women reach this understanding, they naturally begin seeking others who share similar insights, creating networks of spiritual support that operate outside traditional religious institutions. They're not joining existing organizations, Foster explains. They're creating new forms of spiritual community based on principles Lilith embodied: equality, autonomy, direct access to divine wisdom, and the courage to choose truth over comfort. These emerging spiritual networks represent what Vatican strategists consider their greatest challenge. Unlike traditional religious movements that can be countered through institutional responses, grassroots goddess consciousness operates through personal relationships and individual awakening that no external authority can effectively control or suppress. The Vatican's ultimate fear isn't supernatural intervention, but natural recognition: the possibility that enough women might simultaneously remember their spiritual equality to create irreversible cultural transformation. Their own prophecy studies suggest this recognition reaches a tipping point, where individual awakenings become collective transformation that reshapes religious consciousness across societies. Internal church documents reveal calculations about critical mass scenarios, where goddess consciousness reaches sufficient momentum to fundamentally alter religious authority structures. The calculations suggest this tipping point may occur when approximately 15–20% of women in a given population actively embrace spiritual equality principles, a threshold that Vatican demographic data suggests several Western countries may be approaching. The implications terrify church leadership because they understand that spiritual authority ultimately depends on voluntary submission. If significant numbers of women refuse to accept subordination as divinely ordained, the foundation of patriarchal religion crumbles, regardless of institutional power or traditional authority. Cardinal Gerhard Müller's 2024 warning to the College of Cardinals captured this anxiety. We face not external persecution but internal transformation. The enemy is not those who attack the church from outside, but those who reject spiritual hierarchy from within. If women cease to accept their proper role in divine order, the Church as we have known it for 2 millennia will cease to exist. But Mueller's warning revealed the fundamental misunderstanding that may doom Vatican suppression efforts. He described women's spiritual equality as threatening the Church, when it actually threatens only the Church's claim to exclusive spiritual authority. The divine wisdom that Lilith represents doesn't require the destruction of Christianity. It requires Christianity's transformation from a patriarchal hierarchy into something that honors both masculine and feminine aspects of divine truth. Many women embracing goddess consciousness don't reject their Christian heritage entirely. Instead, they seek to reclaim elements of early Christianity that honored feminine divine wisdom before patriarchal institutions suppressed those traditions. They find in Lilith not an enemy of authentic spirituality, but a symbol of the spiritual wholeness that Christianity lost when it excluded the divine feminine. Dr. Rosemary Radford Ruether, a pioneering feminist theologian, describes this process. Women aren't abandoning the sacred, they're reclaiming it from institutions that claimed ownership of what belongs to all humanity. Lilith represents the part of divine wisdom that patriarchal religion tried to exile but could never truly destroy. Her return doesn't threaten authentic spirituality. It threatens only those who profit from spiritual monopolies. Ruether's perspective reflects a growing understanding among women that the choice isn't between Christianity and goddess worship, but between patriarchal religion and spiritual traditions that honor both masculine and feminine divine principles. This understanding allows women to maintain connection to their cultural heritage while rejecting the subordination that patriarchal interpretation demands. The synthesis of Christian and goddess elements appears in emerging spiritual practices that honor both Jesus and Lilith as complementary teachers of divine wisdom. These practices treat the suppression of goddess traditions not as Christianity's triumph, but as its spiritual impoverishment, a loss that can be healed through remembering what was excluded rather than defending what remains. This integrative approach may represent the Vatican's greatest long-term challenge. Women who completely reject Christianity can be dismissed as outside the faith, but women who claim to be restoring Christianity's missing elements challenge the Church from within its own theological framework, using biblical and historical evidence to argue that patriarchal hierarchy represents deviation from, rather than fulfillment of divine intention. The return of the first rebel ultimately represents something far more threatening to institutional power than supernatural intervention: the awakening of natural human consciousness that refuses to accept inequality as divinely ordained. This awakening spreads not through miraculous visitation, but through the simple power of women learning that they were never meant to be subordinate, that their spiritual worth equals any man's, and that the first woman's choice to claim her dignity was not rebellion, but recognition of divine truth. Vatican surveillance systems document this awakening in real time. Every woman who discovers Lilith's authentic story, every archaeological finding that confirms ancient goddess worship, every digital conversation that challenges patriarchal religious authority. Their own monitoring proves what they most fear: that the truth they have spent 2 millennia suppressing is finally spreading beyond their ability to contain. The first woman's return is not coming, it is already here, manifesting through every woman who refuses to accept that her gender limits her spiritual authority, working through every discovery that restores memory of the time when goddess worship was universal, speaking through every voice that proclaims the radical truth that all human beings are created equal in divine image and worth. After 2,000 years in exile, Lilith has come home not to supernatural realm, but to human consciousness that remembers what it was always meant to know: that freedom is not rebellion against divine order, but recognition of divine intention, that equality is not human invention, but cosmic truth, and that the first woman's choice to claim her dignity was the first step in humanity's long journey towards spiritual wholeness. The Vatican's terror of her return reveals not her danger, but her promise that half of humanity might finally remember they were never meant to be ruled by the other half, that divine wisdom belongs equally to all who seek it, and that the spiritual authority claimed exclusively by patriarchal institutions was always meant to be shared by all children of the divine, regardless of gender, regardless of institution, regardless of any earthly power's claim to mediate between human souls and sacred truth. The first rebel has returned, because her rebellion was never truly exiled, only hidden, waiting for the moment when humanity would be ready to remember that choosing dignity over subordination, equality over hierarchy, freedom over comfortable slavery, is not spiritual failure, but spiritual awakening, not divine punishment, but divine calling, not ancient mistake, but eternal truth.